on, everybody? Hope you guys are all doing good. Guys, welcome to Crime Time. It is May 19th, 2025. It is 4:45 p.m. What's up, Scott? Hope you're doing good. The beautiful Jennifer. How you doing, beautiful? Hope you guys are all doing well. We'll let some people come in the door. Scott said, sitting in my house, waiting on the storm to hit. Yeah, that storm shit's always fun. Let me know if you guys can see me and hear me all right. It's been a second since I've been over here. Had quite the interesting debate since the last time I was here, and we're going to kind of critique that. Got to watch it with his audience, and now I think it's good that I watch it with mine. And look, I like to critique my own shit. And I want you guys to critique it too. If you guys hear arguments you don't think is sound arguments, I personally think I knocked it out the park. I do. David, what's going on, David? David dropped $5 on me. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Appreciate you so much. We're going to get this thing kicked off. And look, man, some of you guys, I assume most of you guys are subscribed to Harsh Reality. I'm sure that most of you guys probably saw it. But if you didn't, either way, now we're going to see it. And either way, now, I get to look at it from the outside looking in, see how it did. Jennifer says you're still way cooler than Harsh. Yeah. I mean, you're not lying. What's up, Denny? How you doing, brother? Thank you, by the way. Get David's name on the board here. Thank you so much. Harsh is cool. I just think Harsh has a certain niche that he likes to stay in. And I think it's the, never guilty niche, because you'll see that there was a few times throughout the stream, the debate, that he said one thing, and then obviously today he made a video about the other. We'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about that. And anytime Harsh is watching, he's always more than okay to come on up if he wants to. I never like to speak on people behind their backs, anything like that. So I will be, like I said, critiquing this debate, both on each side. I'm going to tell you what I think Harsh said that was fucked up and wrong. I'm going to tell you what I said that was potentially fucked up and wrong. I'm going to let you guys, the audience, tell me what I said that you guys disagree with. So if you have not seen the debate, you'll be seeing it for the first time here. It was not what everybody expected, and I purposely did it this way. Everybody expected me to be drunk, aggressive, and I was the exact opposite of that. It was a strategy I had because I wanted to get Harsh to admit specific things that I got him to admit. But no, I'm sure most people thought I was going to go over there drinking a fifth and being aggressive, and I didn't want to do that because I didn't want to look unhinged when I was playing to an audience that's kind of unhinged. You see what I'm saying? And so I thought that me being cool, calm, and collective was the way to engage in the debate, and that's why I did it that way. A lot of people saw it and are still seeing it, and let's just call it what it is. Harsh regularly says that the people on his side that believe Kohberger is innocent, that they are always the nicer ones. It's the guilters that are calling people names. I could go show you his comment section where there was a million negative things said about me. So his take that his crowd is somehow different than the other crowds is just not accurate. It's not true. Because the minute you hold an opinion on either side that the guilters don't agree with, or the innocent or the pro-burgers don't agree with, that's the first thing they do is throw ad hominem attacks. Like they think you're stupid because you don't agree with them motherfuckers. Gina says, hi, JB and the Gun Squad. The live with Harsh and JB was really good, and I highly recommend watching. Oh, we're about to watch it today. We're about to take a look at it, and like I said, I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to honestly critique my own shit, because I think there was times that I should have been more aggressive. There's times I should have been more aggressive and more just up, more loud. And I think that sometimes that me trying to be cool, calm, and collective, it cost me in a little bit because I didn't emphasize some of the shit I needed to at times that I should have, you know what I mean? But you got to be able to critique yourself, look at yourself, and tell yourself what you fail at, or you're just not being honest with yourself. So we will get into this. We will take a look at it. Thank you to everybody that's here. If you want to support channel, as always, the links are down below. So we're going to jump into this harsh debate. And, it's about an hour and a half. It is about an hour and a half, and I'll probably add to it because I'll be doing commentary here. But most importantly, I want to hear what your guys' thoughts are. Because this debate, this conversation was basically 3 years in the making. It was basically 3 years in the making. And it finally occurred. And, you're going to have people that's on his side or people that's on my side. But what I try to promote is what's the true side, what's the truth. Who spoke from a logic standpoint and who didn't. And I'll leave that up to you guys. So let's go ahead and jump on in this thing so we're not here all night. I hope you guys are all having a fantastic night.
Seconds behind. But it's a fairly decent system. But how is everyone?
Thanks for asking, Harsh, my question about
Can everyone hear
take room to believe that BK is guilty? Yeah.
We shall see.
And look, I think he answered that. Listen, there's two gotcha moments I had with Harsh, and I'll talk about it on the stream. The bottom line at the end of that debate is Harsh agreed that the most likely suspect is, what's going on, Sammy? How you doing, beautiful? The most likely suspect is Brian Goldberger. And I got him to say it out of his own mouth. So no matter what the rest of the debate did for me, that's the win. That's the win right there.
Let's bring this up. Let's do that.
How you doing, beautiful?
Looks like
How you doing
everything's
well, Sammy?
working my end. I can see you. How is everyone? 3 years in the making, JB. 3 years in the making.
It is. It is.
And so,
do you need me to move me over here or this way?
Yeah,
so it's more centered.
Yeah.
And by the way,
I'm always.
We did not try to color coordinate hats and fucking. I just want to make this clear. Nobody tried to color coordinate hats and shirts. Anybody that watches my content knows my hats always match my shirts. Always matches my shirts. It's just, I'm just fly like that. It just is what it is.
Always in the center, my fat fucking head.
I hear you there.
Oh, damn cough I was doing my head. In fact, I'm going to, before I carry on, I'm going to, no, I can't. That's apparently as far out as I can go. That's just decided to make me look fucking massive. So, for those of you who do not know who JB is, tell us a bit about yourself, JB. Who is JB?
And by the way, well, typically I'm a political. And by the way, I went into this thing and there was three things I decided not to do. I decided not to be aggressive. I decided not to be drunk. And I decided to not talk about pussy. Those three things was my goals to not do. You know what I mean? Because that's what everybody expects when I pop up on your screen, that's what everybody expects. And it's kind of hard to debate from that point because then you look wild. You know what I mean? So that's why I didn't. Podcaster, have been for 19 years. I do dabble in true crime because I do crime stories in general. So Crime Time is a channel that didn't initially start to be like a crime channel, but I got into some of the big cases at the time. And once you're in there, you pretty much know how it works. And then it kind of drags you in. So then the game of Clue began. And so I began essentially
JB
just
talking about
providing
pussy as
regular
well.
commentary on this shit. All these stories, and I gotta admit, it dragged me in and excellent strategy. Yeah, that's the way I tried to do it, man. Because everybody expected me to be drunk and unhinged. And yeah, I know. I honestly talking about things like pussy is why a lot of people turn in because it's different than a lot of these boring motherfuckers. I know that. I know. Yeah, 2006, I believe, is when it all began. But I try to
I've
show
done
respect
so
when
many
I'm on
different
another
types of channels,
motherfucker's gaming, hiking, politics, things like that. And so it's definitely something I've been doing for quite some time.
Yeah. So you are a veteran, a YouTube vet.
I am. They've tried to make me not one. I've been kicked off the platform quite a few times. I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit controversial at times, which I doubt I will be this evening. And I think it's just, we went through that stage where everything you said could get you kicked off the platform. And I said all that shit, you know what I mean? And I just wasn't one of those people that followed the guidelines very well.
Yeah. To be fair, I think that I can be quite controversial, and believe it or not, I've literally just been accepted onto the YouTube research team. So,
see, I don't think Horse is controversial. I think Horse is controversial because he goes, in only the way because he goes against mainstream media talking points. But no, he don't say anything that would ruffle feathers. Let's be honest here. You know what I'm saying? It's not like he says the things that most people would consider controversial. He stays away from politics. He stays away from race. He stays away from real controversial topics. Just like most YouTubers do. I'm one of the only ones that just comes out here and says what the fuck I want. What's up, Scott? How you doing, brother? So I don't know if I agree with Harsh on that. When Harsh speculates, he tells you he's speculating. Yeah, I agree with that completely.
You seemingly can be quite controversial and still remain, but I think you're right. I think what's happened is YouTube have looked at some other platforms like Rumble and realised that if you go too far one way, then you're going to start losing people. And so
you got to remember, starting in around 2020, there was specific things you couldn't talk about. And I think you know what I'm talking about when I say that. And for you guys that do not know, I didn't want to say it because I was on Harsh's channel. What's up, Marie? In 2020, we started losing channels because we couldn't talk about COVID. We couldn't talk about the vaccination. We couldn't talk about the 2020 election. You understand what I'm saying? So what's up, Teresa? So just because we're now on my channel, I can tell you what I was referencing when I said that. Us people, no leftist was losing their channels. The only people that was losing their channels in 2020 was conservatives. Let me make that clear. The only people that's ever lost their channels on this platform is conservatives. That's the truth. There was just specific things that would get you kicked off, and now here we are all these years later, and I ended up being right. But you can't rewind time. You can't get this. You can't get it back.
No, I definitely agree with that. But tonight we are here to talk about obviously the Idaho 4 case, because I think for a long period of time,
too close to the fucking mic. I'm hearing
I think that myself and yourself have long been, and I could be wrong, but I think we're definitely up there as two of the creators who have been in the Brian Kohberger is more than likely not guilty than guilty since for a long time.
Yeah.
And what's ultimately brought us together is...
And that's what's funny is that so many people on that side, they forget that I made 250 videos saying Kohberger was innocent. You know what I'm saying? Now everybody's like, look at JB. The mainstream media's got JB. I'm like, bitch, I talk about the mainstream media every single day. Just because you disagree with me on something, and the mainstream media also happens to be on my side on one issue, to now be like, look at JB, he's all of a sudden a mainstream media guy, is complete nonsense. Reaction says you both are not controversial and play to your base. Want to be controversial? Talk about white on white crime being a major problem. I have, actually. I have talked about white on white crime. I've talked about it plenty of time. If you want to know the truth. Do you follow all my channels? Do you know all the topics I discuss? I love the conversation, says Teresa and Tracy. And the live, thought it was really good. Yes.
is that I think that we've got to a position now where the circumstantial evidence for you has come to a tipping point, and you, in your gut, are the mindset.
I want you to think about this. I want you to think about how goofy what reaction theorists just said, bro. We are literally talking about white on white crime right now. No problem, Scott. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see the goofiness you get in the chat rooms? We are literally, the dude up there says, you want to be controversial? Discuss white on white crime. We are currently, right now, discussing the Idaho 4. You don't talk about it as a cultural problem? Yeah, because it's not a cultural problem. It's not a cultural problem. Sorry. But we are currently talking about white on white crime.
That I think he's done it.
I think that's safe to say. I do want to say before we dig into this, I think we still have the same position.
Crime, no matter what the color is.
Guilty. Yes and no. You lean, I think, in a direction that someone else probably did it. Texas, or at least it seems that way. I have now come to the conclusion that Occam's razor in my gut is telling me that he's the only one it could be. By the way, judging from Harsh's comment section, and by the way, a lot of the things you're going to hear me talk about isn't going to be harsh. Judging by his comment section, though, I don't think they know what Occam's razor is. Because clearly and logically, you got him to say, yeah, of course, exactly, Marie. In a situation where there's one suspect, the most likely answer without making reaches is obviously the guy charged. And it's not exactly, Gina. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? So common sense says Occam's razor points to Brian Kohlberger because he's the one on trial. He's the one arrested. He's the one suspected. He's the one with all the circumstantial evidence. There's no other person that's being suspected, honestly, of the crime, which means Occam's razor, which is coming to a solution with the least amount of reaches, would be Brian Kohlberger. I'm just saying, whether you believe it's him or don't believe it's him, that's what Occam's razor points to. It's common sense. Common sense. The person arrested and suspected is going to be the most likely suspect. Even if he didn't do it, he's still the most likely right now. AZ says, as far as true crime fans, I get the sense that mainstream media's audience is mostly made up of pro-burgers. I don't know about that. Don't get me wrong, I've heard all the theories, and I'm sure we're going to go over some of these things today. But just my gut is saying that the pointing at him is correct. Let me give a shout out to my boy Upgrade, who sent 50 to the tip jar. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much, Upgrade. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you to Upgrade and David. You guys are awesome people. Hope you're doing good out there, Upgrade. Definitely. I'm going to try to go live on the other channel tonight, too. But we got some shit with like Biden cancer to talk about. What's up, Lorna? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. So anyway, thank you, Upgrade. If I was on the jury, would not so much send him to the death penalty. I still do not believe they have that go-to evidence. Now, let's talk about this. And this is where I really think that the audience sometimes is stupid. They're like, that's contradictory. It's not contradicting. Okay? I can believe someone did something. And still not be willing to believe that they are found guilty without a reasonable doubt and should be sent to the death penalty. And I'll give you the perfect example. Has any of you guys ever thought, just really believed, a partner was cheating on you? You didn't have the evidence. You didn't have the smoking gun. but you still broke up with him, or you still said, fuck this? You see what I'm saying? You can feel one way and lean one way and not have the smoking gun evidence that would be required to find someone guilty and send them to the death penalty. You see what I'm saying? And for some reason, people think you only can be one way or the other. You see what I'm saying? Like, for some reason, what's up, Sean? And I think you see that a lot in this community. You see it a lot, period. You see people that's like, no. You can't be lukewarm. Yes, you can. Everybody should be lukewarm. I think anyone that's attached to one side or the other, just monstrously attached to it, I think is kind of retarded. This is a case where we don't know all the evidence yet. This is a case where we don't know everything yet. We've been following it, but to not be lukewarm is kind of weird. Especially when you don't know shit. You only know what I know. We only know the shit we've put out here or that the media's put out here and the documents we've read. Neither side knows for sure one way or the other. So it's really ridiculous to not be lukewarm a little bit, to not ride the fence a little bit. Because none of us know for sure. But all the circumstantial evidence is starting to stack up, and it's just getting to the point where I'm leaning towards I think he did it.
Yeah. And we spoke briefly before we come live, and what my position is with respect of this case is this. Like, we've spoken about with respect of your positioning has been primarily about the build-up and the stacking of circumstantial evidence. And I said, look, the thing is, for me, I can look at circumstantial evidence and appreciate that it gets to a tipping point. But my mentality is still to not allow them.
I actually think the whole concept of not believing he could do it alone is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever heard. And usually when I'm hearing people say this, it's women. I'm not being sexist right now. I'm just being honest. Because men know that if Ethan was already asleep, the challenges are done. People really don't think that a dude all hyped up on adrenaline, ready to go kill people, can't kill 3 women, small women, petite women. These wasn't 3 big old herd of fat bitches. This wasn't 3 big ass black women. This was 3 women and 1 dude that was passed out drunk. Likely. It's not that hard. And like I said a million times, I think a lot of people don't know how long 5, 6, 7 minutes is. Unless you fought or boxed or shit like that, I don't think you understand how long that time frame is. And work backwards, yeah. Gina said, I don't believe the prosecutors have enough to show his guilt. I agree. The only thing they have is DNA on the sheet. I think they got a little bit more than that. What's up, Christine Nevada? Yeah, and maybe you're right, AZ. Dude was a boxer, could run a 6-minute mile. Yeah, people forget about that shit. People forget about the shit. It's not like Koberger, if it was Koberger that did this, was just some out-of-shape motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? The dude regularly walked and hiked, boxed, ran, but he still couldn't. Yeah. So the belief that Koberger couldn't have killed 3 chicks in 7 minutes, 8 minutes, whatever, and sliced the throat of a passed out Ethan, that's a wild theory. I mean, to me, that's wild to even say. But yeah, you're right, Christy.
To stack up, but to still take them on their own merit. So I'll look at each individual piece of circumstantial evidence and think, okay, in the grander scheme of things, what is the circumstantial evidence doing? Is it circumstantial evidence that ties into a crime? Or is it circumstantial evidence that is the leveraging of opinion by the prosecution to make you feel a certain way about him?
By the way, I want the people in my audience, just so you know, I want you to tell me when I fail in this debate. Honestly. Like if there's a point that I make that you don't think hit hard, and I can tell you what points it'll be. There's a lot of people criticizing what I said about the hoodie. So that could be something you guys disagree with as well. I don't take disagreements to the heart, right? And I can tell you now that one of the things that I said during this debate that everybody's running their fucking dick suckers about was what I said about the hoodie. And my thing with the hoodie is really, really simple. What's up, Rock? My thing with the hoodie is really, really simple. I think you're a fag, but I have no proof of it. Yes. My thing, like with the hoodie, is like I said, most people aren't putting their hoodie up and taking selfies. I'm not saying it means he did it. I'm just saying it's a weird thing. And then you'll get a lot of people in the comment section, well, how do you know he wasn't cold? Come on, man. Look at all the different times he did the hoodie picture. You know what I mean? What's up, Mama Ida? How you doing? From Idaho. What's going on?
More about circumstantial evidence of
Here goes the live video. Love every minute of it. The respect you showed each other. Set the bar.
He's the sort of
for other
person who's
creators
capable of doing it.
Yeah, me and Horse has gotten along for quite some time, Karen. We have two different styles, so I'll let you know. Me and Harsh definitely have two different styles. And the JB you saw over there is not the JB you'll see over here. I was showing respect to his channel and not being my normal aggressive shit talking, you know. Like I say things over here like murdered and raped and faggot. You see what I'm saying? I'm just letting you know I say things like that over here. So just I'm pre-warning you. Just pre-warning you. Swiggles, what's going on, brother?
Rather than circumstantial evidence that is connecting him directly to the crime itself. And I think what we saw in Dateline was a very, very cleverly crafted piece of work, if you like, that did its job, and it was
and he's watching Ted Bundy
make you look at Brian Koberger and feel a certain way.
I don't necessarily think the Ted Bundy thing means a whole lot. And the reason I say that is because I look up a lot of serial killers. Swiggle sent 5. Thank you, brother. Now, that Britney Spears song was nuts. I think that if you're a grown man listening to Britney Spears, you should be charged with 1,000,000 different crimes. I think Brian Koberger should forget the Idaho 4. I think that if you're a grown man listening to Britney Spears, that shit should get you the firing squad. Fuck that other shit. Fuck that other shit. Richard says you left that part out of you a few times. The look on Hart's face when you started calling people stupid. Yeah. Well, it's because, you know, I couldn't completely be good. You know what I mean? I think kids use the hoodie up. Yeah, I agree. I got next song. Oh no, upgrade. I know. Thank you, Swiggles. But I'm not lying at all. Another thing about that hoodie, it looked like he was wearing a black t-shirt over it as if to conceal an identifiable logo. That's possible. Look, my opinion on the hoodie is just typically if you're trying to take photos with your fucking hood up, you're either trying to act like a gangster, you're trying to look intimidating. I mean, I guess you could be cold at the very time you want to take a selfie. Rock says, Gina, according to alcohol reports, Maddie was passed out. No report. Yeah. Ted Bundy was a famous serial killer. People like to research. Shit. I don't think it's weird that he researched Ted Bundy. I don't think it's weird that he has a hoodie. I think it's weird he listened to that goddamn Britney Spears song. I tell you, I promise you that. Let me put Swiggle's name up there. That I think was weird. If people got convicted on their Amazon purchases. Well, see, the Amazon purchases are different, though. What's up, CJ? I think that the Amazon purchases are different because of what it is. Like, I think that if he did purchase, all right, if they got that knife and it matches the Amazon thing, it's game over. But I think that if he purchased the K-Bar knife and all that shit and now he can't show it, and then he went to look for it afterwards, I think that's at least a red flag. And I'm just saying the Bundy doc had that AI emo looking black hoodie, and yeah, no, it did. It did.
Way about him, like case in point being the black hoodie selfie. Like me and you spoke, and you said, look, that was the first time that you had seen Brian Koberger looking menacing. You know what I mean? You looked at him and thought, do you know what? He looks in that picture.
But I believe he intended to look menacing. I believe he intended to. You know what I mean? I used to be young. And those times, like I said, I took hoodies, pictures with the hoodie. And it was to look tougher. I'm not saying that's the reason he did it, but I'm just saying it did make him look, especially when you're dressed in all black, it does give you a more menacing appearance. Or it makes it look like you're at least attempting to be. So pair that with the emo Brit and emo hoodie selfies and it's possible.
Photograph. But the flip side of that coin
What's up, Joanne? How you doing?
Dateline had specifically said they'd got this photograph, they had zoomed in on the photograph or edited it to improve quality of that photograph. Now, me and you were videographers, and we know that it wasn't zoomed in on to improve its quality.
What's up, Donald?
It was zoomed in on and cropped for dramatic effect.
Hope you're doing good. Agreed.
Let's look at it from this point of view. Let's say they got hold of Brian Koberger's phone. And just say, in amongst Brian Koberger's phone, there was free...
No, that's not true. Them flip phones and shit had cameras. Stop it. And back then, we didn't necessarily take pictures, selfies with cameras. We had with phone cameras. We had actual cameras. Charlie says, most people aren't turning off their phones, driving around time. No, I agree. I think you got to look at all that as a potential.
1,000 photographs of Brian Koberger, and the vast majority of them was him strolling around in a hoodie. Some of them white, some of them black, some of them blue, some of them on his own, some of them in groups of people. But this black one just happened to be one where he was stood with 10 people, but it just happened to be black. They knew that the perpetrator was said to have been wearing black, so they purposefully cropped him out of a picture wearing a black hoodie.
Yeah.
Use a little bit of tweaking, make him look a bit more menacing.
I think it'll take that long.
That is circumstantial evidence.
Rock says, I think the most damning search he made was for the replacement, and I agree with that. But here's what the other people will say. Well, did he buy it, though? I don't think it matters that he bought it. I can show you in my Amazon cart right now shit that I just got sitting there until I feel it's economically smart to purchase it. You see what I'm saying? It is also possible that when he went to search for the replacement, he said, hold on, that ain't gonna work. You know what I mean? And so he decided not to do it. But I definitely think the Amazon search, and that's what's altered my opinion. Shows intent. Yeah. And that's the thing is, to me, it looks like it could. It just looks bad, right?
Because it's worked on like yourself in that snapshot. But in the grander scheme of things, that was cleverly leveraged. That in the grander scheme of things, mean absolutely nothing.
So let me stop harsh here. Let me go here because I want to get this shit done with. To all the people that are looking at the Dateline shit and saying it does not matter, let me show you this. Okay, you look right here. This judge is pissed. This judge wants whoever leaked this information to be arrested. He wants his ass done with. Whoever leaked the footage of suspect vehicle 1, the cell phone history, the photographs. So when I see this proves to me that the Dateline was considered accurate and leak-worthy by the judge in the case. And so I know a lot of people are going to be like, that doesn't mean anything. Oh, yes, it does. When you got a judge saying, basically in documents saying, based on sensitive information not previously publicly circulated that was reported during a recent Dateline program, It appears that someone violated this court's non-dissemination order. He is saying flat out the information that was presented on Dateline was real information that was leaked from someone. Because he would know, right? The judge would know. So that's why when I hear people say when people try to gaslight you and say, oh, you're just falling victim to the mainstream media. No, I'm not. That documentation was not mainstream media. That documentation was from the judge saying somebody's leaking this shit. Which to me verifies and confirms its authenticity. Well, I mean, I think when you look at the hoodie thing, yeah, I mean, I would say me and you probably have selfies in our phone that are predominantly hoodies. You know what I'm saying? So, like, because I know you wear hoodies a lot. I wear hoodies a lot. I think it's safe to say any of us could have multiple hoodies. Now, putting the hood up in your hoodie or in your selfie, I believe that most people that wear hoodies and have selfies, I highly doubt they put their hood up for the selfie. I believe that it's an attempt to look menacing by Koberger or anyone else that does it. Like, why else would you put your hood up and then take the selfie? What look are you trying to obtain? And I'm going to ask the audience that, because I'm sure there's people in here that are like, the hoodie's no big deal, and I agree with you. But what reason would you have to put the hoodie up and take the selfie? Now, Koberger has several selfies like that. I'm just saying, what would the reason be? Because he's cold? I don't know. What do you think about that? What look do you do outside? You don't wear it? Exactly.
I think that you dig into that element of that photograph because you know that
he could have been on free Britney Spears.
A bigger picture, so you're contemplating other things. He's been accused of this crime, so you attach that to it.
Bad hair day.
If someone just showed you a picture, just random.
Men don't give a fuck about bad hair days, and even when we do, we just put on a baseball cap. Whoever leaked it will be in trouble. Absolutely. Yeah. How ironic the anti-mainstream media argument now seems to be the blanket mainstream. Yeah, I mean, it's true. But I think I agree with you, Marie. An intimidating, menacing look. Because I used to do it. And I know when I was a teenager and I did shit like that, it was to look a certain way. Good to see you, Harsh.
Of a guy wearing a black hoodie with his hood up.
He's trying to look cool. Possibly, yeah.
So,
I agree.
Again, it's kind of the totality of circumstantial evidence, and us trying to, like I said at the beginning, try and look at each of it on its own merit. So for me, yeah, he looks a bit menacing when you take into consideration that we know he's been accused of killing 4 people.
By the way, I want to make something very clear. That's cool, Harsh. I want to make something very clear. Harsh does got a good point right there. That it is confirmation bias to look at it and be like, well, he's charged with these murders, so maybe that's why it looks menacing. So, Harsh made a good point there, that a lot of this we could be basically backward engineering our opinions, but on both sides, including myself. You know what I mean? He's got a good point there. No doubt about it.
And it's the first time we've seen it. But again,
looks like 1
I have to
a.m.
consider
that
in the background,
so I doubt
I know nothing.
Yeah,
I
good point.
know absolutely nothing about it. He could have been on some sort of, I don't know. There could have been a reason for his hood being up. I have to ask. So there was just one hoodie picture with him with his hood up?
No, there was not one. There was actually several. And some of them were even goofy looking. Big eyes, bug eyes. There was only a couple of them that looked menacing. Well, how are you doing, Alicia? How you doing, beautiful? Hi, Harsh. Missed your live with JB. Just finished watching it and left you a comment. There you go, Karen. So there was a comment in the chat room that had a great point. They were seeing clocks that said like 1 a.m. So I don't know if he was in a group picture, right?
Was there another picture of him with his hood down? I don't.
There was quite a few. There was quite a few with the hoodie up, and there's no doubt about it that Dateline and these mainstream media organizations, they're trying to push a specific narrative. I agree with you 100%. But that narrative is the bullshit that they said about the photo and zooming in and cropping it, and we all know it makes it more pixel. The beautiful Gobbles hit your boy off with a bomb with 50. Thank you so much, Gobbles. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing good out there. I'm sure you're on another bike ride. Hope you're doing good. So much. Trey says he may be trying to fit in with society when he feels he doesn't fit in. That's an excellent point, Trey. Excellent point. He said, been on for a bit, but on a more. There you go, Gobbles. Thank you so much, by the way. And get your name up here. Very much so. Appreciate you. And everybody at the Sports Channel. Appreciate you guys. Marie says, I agree. Oh, shit. I hit the wrong fucking button. So I agree, however, these pics were taken after the crime. And I think that in some ways that makes a difference too. I think there was a lot of things that was done after this that is concerning to me. We'll see. Let's get back to this. Ones with bushy eyebrows. See, the bushy eyebrows thing doesn't work with me. Because I feel like every man has bushy eyebrows. Right? Because most men are not gay. And we don't like trim our fucking eyebrows and shit. You know what I mean? The only thing I do is cut right here to make sure my shit don't unibrow up. Having me sit here look like Bert and Ernie and shit. Bushy is subjective. Yes. Yes. And so, from emo bad boy and black hoodies, selfies to button up on church boy. No, I mean, yeah, a good point. Yeah, most men have bushy eyebrows. It's the broads that shave that trim their eyebrows and shit. I've never met a man in my life that trims his eyebrows that I know of. So my eyebrows are blonde again. Well, that's another point. That's another point. Blondes, you can't really see it. But I'd say most dudes with brown or black hair have darker, bushier eyebrows that look bushier. Metrosexuals don't have bushy. I mean, yes. No, didn't she say she locked eyes at first? Yeah. Harsh May trim his eye. Stop it. I mean, maybe feminine shit is like cool in the UK or France or wherever the fuck you're at. France. No, he's not from France. Where Harsh say? Italy, right? But it lives in the UK now. But anyway, yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, maybe it is your thing. Whatever. Isolated. It does not make it. I don't believe it though. Their claim that it was to make the picture better was completely France. He said France. However, there are some. Of course, I'm gonna suspect you to be from France. You just told me you trimmed your eyebrows. That sounds like a very France thing to do. A very French thing to do. Things that, in my opinion, have been proven to be true. And one of the things I'm going to say is when we look at some of the information leaked, initially, I understand your position. Now, that's just propaganda. But we just saw inside court where the judge is essentially saying that whoever leaked this information needs to be arrested.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I saw that and thought the same.
Yeah, it's right there. I think that confirms or at least validates.
At least
I think it verified. Yeah. So what was leaked? I believe that what this did is it painted the picture for me of how the knife sheath was left. But you know what though? I'm probably just a caveman because I don't shave shit except for my face occasionally. The only way a broad ain't choking to death down there is if she cuts it and trims it herself. And I'm not bullshitting you at all. At all. You could be down there choking. I won't give a shit. I'm just not one of them shaving types. If I'm upstairs murdering 2 girls, and then third girl pops up, and I have to jump up real quick and chase this person down the steps, Now it makes sense why whoever the murderer is, what's up, Nana, probably left the knife sheath. At least now in my brain, it's not. It makes sense why the knife sheath would be left. Wouldn't you agree that could have potentially answered the question me and you've had the whole time about why was somebody so dumb to leave the knife sheath?
Thank you.
I'd say chasing someone in the heat of the moment is a good enough reason.
I think for this, there's two things that I find.
See, Upgrade, I don't have the fucking courage to do what you do. I don't have the courage to shave my balls. I get nervous. Like anything sharp down there, I get scared. I'm just being honest.
Slightly wrong with that situation.
Okay.
The thing what I find
what's up, Samir?
Off with it, and I'm not saying it's impossible because of course it's possible. If ultimately if he did it, then it makes sense that that's how it happened. It kind of answers that question.
Thank you, Maria.
My issue is, and it's back to something that you touched on at the beginning, and it was that Brian Koberger, this idea of him doing this crime is a bit of a conundrum because you simultaneously have to believe, and I released a video, I think it was yesterday, that Andrea Burkhardt stated, and it was about you have to believe that he's an idiot.
Not Dylan's fault. The
or
eyebrow
he's
was so bushy,
some sort of fucking genius.
About a backlight.
It ain't about being a genius, is it? It's about he must have been a fucking idiot.
Right. And I think he was.
And I do struggle with it. I do struggle with it because people turn around and say, no, what happens is in the heat of the moment, he made mistakes. But he didn't.
No.
Because
if he did it, he did.
These mistakes, just say, for
I ain't never
instance,
put
let's go back to the purchase of the knife sheet.
I ain't never put no scissors in my balls.
So that would prove to me, if he did it and he purchased the knife sheath on Amazon,
I did this morning.
That weren't a spur of the moment thing. This is something that he has contemplated doing over a lengthy period of time. So you can't then turn.
I've always had a problem with the argument that Koberger is too smart. Look, man, I have a very high IQ and I'm smart, and I make stupid mistakes all the fucking time. I don't understand. I'm not saying that to brag. I'm just being honest. I know people that are really, really fucking smart. But then they'll make some dumbass mistakes all the time. In fact, a lot of the most simple-minded people, I see them make the less mistakes. So Brian Koberger being obsessive compulsive and then still fucking making mistakes, I think is very much so a possibility. Because let me tell you something. A lot of times people that's very smart, book smart, which like I said, I consider myself to be, we don't have common sense sometimes. And that's the best way to explain it. Like I know a lot of shit. I can pass exams like they ain't shit. But I'll see myself do completely dumb shit that doesn't make sense because it just lacked common sense. You know what I mean? Horse says I wear one earring and it's an off-brand, white brand, cheeky fucker. There you go. So I know a lot of dumb people that went to college. Yeah. We all overthink things too smart. Yeah, or too much. Yeah. I hear you there, Richard. So, like, I believe it's possible that Koberger could have been a very smart person. What'd you guys say? 114 IQ. I mean, that's good, but it's not genius. Generally, might have wanted to get caught to me, or might enjoy this as a game. I honestly don't think that's it either. I believe incompetence just happened and he made mistakes. And I believe it starts upstairs with chasing Xana. If what the Dateline story was telling us is true, Xana went upstairs, right? And so Koberger might have met her on the stairs or whatever and chased her back down. And in the heat of that moment, he could have lost the sheep. But here's where that shit goes away. Here's where that shit goes away for me. Why would somebody, and this is the number one question I have, why would anyone carry the knife inside? Like, why was the knife sheath in there? Why was the knife sheath not belted? It makes no sense to me. You know what I mean? Doesn't that seem really weird? To be sitting there holding the knife sheath and then holding the knife and, you know what I mean? That is something that I struggle with. Like, who the fuck does that? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
And say, or he made mistakes because he got caught up in the moment. This is someone with the knowledge that he does have. We know he's got it. We know he's got the knowledge that he has. So why would somebody with his amount of knowledge, why would he make the mistakes that he's made when he's not under any duress? It is literally like he wants to get caught.
His pocket in the struggle. That's possible.
And because
I think it's possible we gave him too much credit. Or whoever did this, whether it's Kohlberger or not.
Right there.
I think exactly, Gobbles. I see your comment, and it's funny your comment popped up right there, right when I was saying this in the debate. I think that is the issue. I think we gave Kohlberger too much credit. That's personally what I mean. I just think we did. I think, I think that's the way to put it. That now that it's all said and done, we're looking at shit and like, who the fuck makes all these dumb mistakes? Maybe Kohlberger. Looking at this crime, and initially, especially because they didn't leave DNA, or so we know, it looked like the perfect crime with the exception of the knife sheath. But now, as all of this stuff is adding up, like we take a look at obviously the knife sheath, the DNA, we take a look at the Amazon, not just the Amazon purchase, but the potential search for a replacement afterwards. We take a look at some of the phone things, and trust me, I'm with you that the phone pings could cover a large radius. However, the documentation specifically said it was up to 100 feet from the rest.
100 feet or meters? I don't remember.
I think it was 100 feet. There are things that are adding up. And to me, I'm looking at whoever did this. And in this case, I believe it was Kohlberger, and saying whoever did this, where I previously thought they had to have been genius. No. There was whoever did this had no common sense. They made so many mistakes, one right after another, and it looks horrible.
Right? He says, next live for us to do together, the behavior of the surviving roommates after the murders. Yes, I'm down for that whenever you're down for that, Harsh. Because I agree with you. There's something clearly off. However, that's going to bring in all the people that think Dylan had some shit involved. That Dylan did. Jesse Shuley right there. He thinks Dylan did it. He thinks Dylan's the psychopath. Dylan's the murderer. So, yeah, it would be interesting. I'm definitely into that one. 100%. 100%. I think that would be a good one right now. And that's why I'm starting to look at Kohlberger and say, yeah, I think maybe he did it, because the alternative is what is many of the theories that go around in this community. And to be perfectly honest, the theories that are I know, I'm just fucking with you, Jelly.
They make people like you and me look stupid by association.
Yes.
Me and you have been pro-Burger for the most part, pro-innocent.
And that's the number one issue I've had throughout this whole time. Is when they started and they did this, trust me, the people that's been in this community know. All the people with the real strange theories. People, all right, and I don't mean any disrespect when I say this. I mean Lana, I mean the clown guy, the ravioli fella. People tie me and Harsh to them because me and Harsh are considered pro-burgers. And I feel that, I'm not saying that any individual person is stupid at all, but there was so many conspiracies throughout this fucking case. I don't like to be I don't like for my name to be in the mud with them. Example, remember when the dude, what was his name? Horse should remember. The dude back in the day that was claiming Dylan Mortensen was a tranny and did it and did the killings. When you got people like that, you got people talking about tunnels underneath buildings they're not under, and you got all these different theories. And then you have people like myself and Harsh or whatever also on that side. It rubs off on us. It gets on us a little bit. Justin, yeah, it was Justin, that motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? The little prick judge. Yeah. And so, like, that is what initially, it made me. Now, there's some people with some good theories. Like, I miss the days when we were just talking about the fight between Ethan and the dude at the fuck, whatever the fuck. I miss those conversations. I miss us looking at the video, let's say, of the corner club or the little food truck, and looking at that shit. That shit looked like it was, I miss those days. Because what happened is once they put on the fucking gag order, people just started making up shit. People just started making up shit. Till proven guilty. And Papa Rogers coins, we're left with all of these crazy theories that truly sound wild. Like when we're talking about the green card. Yeah. And you and me have been in this thing long enough. We've heard way wilder theories than this. And so I'm at the point where rather than associate or continuously associate with people that theories are so wild and far-fetched, I got to go with Occam's razor. Occam's razor does point to the guy that is currently charged. Because the alternative, and this is what I want to say, is what would be the reason for the national conspiracy? What would be the reason for the national media? What would be the reason for the FBI? What would be the reason for them?
Said Justin threatened to kill you?
Damn. I want to say that my pointing this out, as I said in the debate with Harsh, the local conspiracy would make sense. The national conspiracy doesn't. Because behind any conspiracy, you got to have an agenda, a reason. What would be the FBI, the fucking federal government's reason for it? Oh, yeah, no, Justin was fucking nuts. Justin was nuts. You got to understand, the early days of this case, we saw some crazy shit. We saw people faking phone calls. Like I can't remember the Wigger rapper. He was faking phone calls coming in. Like there was a lot of fuckery. A lot. And so we had to remember who was the dude that faked the audio? You remember the real fruitcake. You know who I'm talking about. There was Trev, there was him, there was the other dude that faked the audio, then there was Justin. We didn't make this shit up. They came in here, and that's why I said, man, I got to get away. Joseph Morris, I got to get away from these goobers. You know what I'm saying? I had no, Justin didn't know where to stand or squat to pee exactly. Joseph Morris, so like, for like the people that's only choo-choo train, forgot about old choo-choo train. For all the people that's only came into this story in the last year and a half, trust me, we were seeing weird shit going back years. A real fruitcake, yes. The spirit boxers. I forgot about that. The spirit boxers. You had motherfuckers running around this community saying they were talking to Kaylee and talking to all the dead kids, and I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck is going on? And then after they were done talking to the dead kids on the spirit box, they then made a rap song about the shit. Like, it's some weird fucking shit that was going on in this community. Yeah, that's just a reaction, chat. That's just a goober that was trying to eat off everybody else. But that is too much. I like this call-in show, but lost me on the spirit box. Yeah, no, it's weird shit. Engaging in this conspiracy. When we're talking about Idaho, that makes sense because they needed to get people back in school.
Can we block
I
them,
understand why Idaho would cover something up. I don't understand what's so important about this case that on a grand scale, we're talking about the federal government. We're talking about all these people literally helping with this cover-up. I don't understand the logic.
What Steve G is doing out here, but
I said a lot.
Which I think is...
Do I have any ideas what Steve G is doing going out there for putting... I think Steve G initially was just a dude that, the parachutes. I forgot about the fucking parachutes. And the dean of the school going down in the tunnels and shit. Right?
But no, when it comes to Steve G, I initially thought he was just a hurt, bothered father. But now I'm either thinking he's a sellout or knows something we don't know. Because in the beginning, Steve Gonsalves was just like me, just like Harsh, questioning everything. And then all of a sudden, he went to he's just giving the police hand jobs and shit. So I don't know what changed him. Maybe he saw some shit we ain't seen yet. Want to know why the survivors didn't go check on Maddie and Kaylee the next morning? Yeah, I agree. I agree. So I built them tunnels. Yes. Yeah, I don't necessarily believe anything he says either. I don't know. And when you look at the whole 215 thing that Harsh was talking about the other day, and listening to Steve Gonsalves, he either just got the time wrong or he knows some shit that I don't know. No tunnels or reflections, period. No, not at all. That's weird shit. I'm going to sell out Baylor scholarship, $200,000 GoFundMe money. Oh, there's no question he's selling out right now. There is no question in my mind that Steve Gonsalves is grifting the fuck out of this. There's no question in my mind. Like, you got to realize he's had years to save up money, to go to Idaho for a couple months. You know what I mean? He's had years to do this. You're telling me he needed GoFundMe to do that? Harsh is a regular motherfucker that lives across the pond. And he's saving up fucking money like a normal person to go to the fucking trial. You know what I mean? Yeah, if you look closely in the reflections, you can see Murphy fucking the skinny dog. Right, yeah. I would also like to say that I'm 85% sure that Dave Bautista was not involved in this crime. That's another one. That's another weird. So no, like I tell everybody, man. So Steve Gonzalez not even question other DNA. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't see how anybody cannot question the other DNA. It's crazy as fuck to me. It's crazy. I mean, there has to be something they know that. I don't know, man. Like, to me, if you got 3 different DNAs under a victim's nails, that's questionable.
What a lot of people struggle with respect of trying to think about cover-ups and things like that. Yeah. And I think we can go too deep into what we believe it takes to cover something up or to frame someone. I said something to someone the other day, and I said a simple question, and that is, do you believe this statement to be true? And that is, do you believe that law enforcement have never planted evidence for it?
Yeah, I think he might have had one, now I think about it. But either way, Harsh ain't raising $200,000. You know what I mean? You might be right, but I don't really keep up with that shit. I think he had one for a while. The DNA on the nails is either connected or she's riding like yeah, that's another question. The whole DNA under the fingernails could be some whole shit. Some whole shit.
Instance, to either further a criminal investigation.
I'm not saying it is, but it could be
conviction of an accused person.
Yeah, you said Steve is a self-proclaimed. Oh, he claims to be a millionaire. Yeah, then yeah, he is. It makes no sense. Whose DNA is under Maddie's fingernails? Yeah, that and the blood on the fucking in the house. And people just went right past the whole blood in the house shit. People are like, yeah, man, it's a party house. There's blood in the house is normal. The fuck it is. The fuck it is. You can't tell me that strangers' blood in the house is just like, oh, that's just normal kid punk shit. No, I'm pretty sure that other people's blood in the house where a murder took place is something to be questioned. 100%.
The person never came back and answered that question, but ultimately you and I both know that law enforcement will try and do something if they can in order to further a
She might have been
conviction.
dirty.
So I think I attach that to the Brian Koberger situation, and I have to consider the pressure that they would have been under to get a result. So many things going on in the background.
Maybe they did, though. Is it possible that they tested the DNA and we just don't know it yet? I mean, just throwing the question out there. Is it possible that they did still, like, we just don't have that documentation yet? I don't know.
So it makes it plausible that just say someone comes along and said, we know he did it. We know he did it. Mm-hmm. But they can't prove it. They can't prove it. They've got someone saying, look, I know the guy did it. I know he did it. But there is
a good point, Harsh.
There's nothing. There's nothing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I forgot about that because they ruled Koberger out of the DNA under the nails. Okay, I can answer that, blurry face. I think more than Koberger was involved. That's a valid opinion. Okay. Most of the people outside that's making money, they were making money doing other stories too. You understand? I've made a living off YouTube for 19 years. I didn't need the Idaho 4. The Idaho 4 is probably my least amount of revenue. So, to say that Steve Gonsalves should be able to, what's up, Jeff, should be able to grift off his daughter's death just because news people and commentators report the fucking news. Oh, username said, I don't think Brian's the killer. There you go. I don't know if I agree with that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I guess he can make money, but I also can be like, yeah, what the fuck are you doing? He acts like he's the only family there. Yeah. Jeff H., how did you know this is a Guilter channel now? I'm not a Guilter channel. I've been arguing against all the other shit. Like, see, that's that weird shit you be doing. I'm lucky they let me hang out in here. No, I let everybody. I want everybody's opinion. Guilter, not Guilter, I want to know. On no channels that I have. I don't even block liberals on my political page. I don't block you because we have a different opinion. That never happens.
Would they then be pushed in the direction that they may be tempted to do something to try and help the investigation along? Again, I know you're going into the realms of kind of conspiracy theory, but we know it's happened in the past. We know it's happened, and it would be, I think, silly to say.
We don't know if he asked if anybody else.
It's beyond the realms.
The thing about him asking if someone else was arrested. Exactly, Trey. What's up, Glowy? I'll just keep playing for now.
Possibility. Did they go into it with nefarious intent? No, I don't think they did.
I don't think it's a valid argument to say, well, the police have lied or had framed before, so they're probably doing it here. Of course, police are dirty as shit. The feds are dirty as shit. False flags and cover-ups happen all over the place all the time. What I don't understand is what's so important about Brian Koberger or these 4 kids that it would become a national cover-up. No one can give me that answer. Locally, I get it. Nationally, who the fuck is Brian Koberger? Who the fuck are these kids?
But I do believe that they are under a fucking lot of pressure to get this done, to find out who did this crime. And I believe that some of this investigation was screwed up by him.
I agree with that. I believe when we're looking at it from the local level, there's a million reasons, and one very big one, which is the economy based on this college. There's huge reasons for the town itself. Jesse believes Dylan was driving the green car. That's what Jesse believes. He believes that Dylan Mortensen was driving the green car in the tunnel under the house. Exactly. It's not the JFK assassination. Exactly. To engage in some sort of conspiratorial activity, some sort of cover-up, where I'm struggling with it. because anytime we're looking at a conspiracy, any type of conspiracy, the question has to be, what would be the ultimate point? What would be the reason?
Dave
For
Bautista on the
instance,
roof.
the
Yeah.
Gulf of Tonkin incident was for a reason. If you believe 9/11 was an inside job, it's for a reason. So what I mean is, what would be the
That's the entire point. Every potential conspiracy has an agenda. If you believe in false flags, there's an agenda behind each one of them, and you could usually tell on each and every one of them. What would be the national agenda? What would be the national agenda towards for framing Brian Kohlberger? You know what I mean? Because when you're talking about a national conspiracy, you're talking about some JFK shit. What would be the importance of this one case? Why pick him to take the ball? Bingo. I'll be right back. Reason on a grand level
For the
outside
FBI
of
to be
Idaho.
involved. Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I can't.
Yeah.
I personally, I can't answer it. You know what? And that is the sticky wicket, isn't it? And you could say that with every single thing that you bring up with respect of what's an alternative. You know, we talk about the frat boys, and you know, we can dig really into the history of deaths amongst fraternities and sororities. We can go back into the Hazen, and we have briefly earlier on touched on it. We know it happens. We know that these students have fucking killed each other before and walked free. We know that there's situations where roommates have murdered their fucking roommates. Do you know what I mean? It's happened over time, and we know that there's powerful families. We saw what happened in the Murdoch situation. You know, for a long time down in South Carolina, you had that family basically running the fucking shit around there. You've still got things happening around the Stephen Smith case where you could argue, did the Murdoch family cover that murder up? Was it a murder, or did they cover the death up of Stephen Smith? But you're right, with respect to the FBI, what skin in the game did they have? Now, we could go out on a limb and say, did the FBI fuck up by thinking that Brian Kohlberger was involved in the Dana Smithers case? And did they have him under surveillance? Were they using stingrays in the area? Who fucking knows? Did they have him under? Did they lose him? Who knows? They obviously had him on the radar for Dana Smithers because his parents had to sit the grand jury for it. So there was something going on there.
I think that's a point to you, honestly, when you're looking at that, because we don't know how long they had them, you know, their eyes on Kohlberger for this. And to be perfectly honest, the answer to why the feds would do it is because they used a method to obtain the DNA that they later would have to come out and admit. I stepped out to smoke real quick. So, but I do text when I shit. It is what it is. I gotta say that Harsh did have a good point in the chat room. He said that the reason, the agenda, could possibly be to cover up things they don't want you to know in terms of surveillance or DNA or shit like that on a federal level. It makes sense. It makes sense. It does make sense. So I'll give Harsh that point. Check. It could be that. I don't think it is, though. I don't know that their method of how they obtained Brian Kohlberger's DNA or how they compared it was not. It wasn't one of their normal methods. It is violating our Fourth Amendment. When you sign up for one of these DNA things and you believe that, or they tell you that law enforcement doesn't use that, I think it's very possible that it could be a cover-up all the way to the federal government, and it's basically them not wanting to reveal investigative tactics that they use. So that is a point. That is a point to you a little bit there.
Yeah. But again, I think it is still going out on a limb. I'll take.
What's up, Mark?
I have to admit that's going out on a limb. But again, is it beyond the realms of possibility? I don't think it is beyond the realms of possibility. Especially, and the thing what's always kind of been stuck in the back of my mind is indeed the Dana Smithers case. That situation. There's just something with it. We know that there was something in the background, and
so what? I don't know if anybody in the chat room knows. Whatever happened with the Smithers case, the parents just testified for the grand jury, and then we never heard of it again? Because I might have missed that story. right? Exactly. You make sense, AC. But anyway, I don't know if anybody maybe covered that Smithers case till its conclusion. It hasn't concluded. I haven't heard about the Smithers case in a long time. Koberger had a rock solid alibi with the Smithers case. I believe that.
You know that they won't tell us certain things, and they are still being very
Her sister came
cagey
out and had to make
around
a
the
statement saying
DNA,
BK
for
not
instance.
involved.
You know, the knife sheath itself. We know that the
Oh, okay.
knife sheath wasn't sent in. We know that it was a sample taken from the knife sheath that went through various different places before it would eventually end up with the FBI.
Yeah, that Smithers case was a side mission, a side quest you motherfuckers went on that I didn't. I did a little bit. I you know, obviously I was concerned about it. It could have been an investigative grand jury to rule him out in the Smithers case. Yeah.
Guy
What's up, Chris
who
Lynn?
would do testing and do whatever they were going to do, but they wouldn't produce any documentation to support it. We know that it was likely, certainly against what the American people would want them to be doing. So that's kind of all gone away. Which what you're left with? You're left with Riley Nolan turning around and saying, well, the FBI never actually said Brian Koberger's DNA was on the knife sheath. They just came back and give us his name and said, this is the person who you need to look at. He is someone who you likely could be able to get a result from.
Yeah. I want to ask you a series of questions here, and just curious what your thoughts are. Do you believe that the DNA was Brian Koberger's on the knife sheath? Yeah, I think so.
I'm 50-50, and I'll tell you why.
What's up, Mark?
We haven't seen Ann Taylor directly contest it. She hasn't flat out argued it. She's more been on the route of as if she's almost said, okay, it's his DNA. This is about finding out how it now got on there. Which you could take that one of two things. I don't think she means, okay, it's his DNA on the knife sheath.
All right, so let me ask the audience. Do you believe it's Brian Koberger's DNA on the knife sheath? Forget everything else. Do you believe it was Brian Koberger's DNA on the knife sheath? Touch DNA, trace DNA, whatever. But just what do you think? Just curious, see where the audience is at.
Admitting and conceding it's on the knife sheath, I think what she means is we're going to accept that you're saying you've got his DNA. We're going down the route of how did you get it?
Yeah, right. That makes sense, Blurry. Do you believe they have it?
Yeah, because I believe they could have got it in multiple ways. It wouldn't have been easy. I believe that the story we've been told how they got it is ludicrous, bearing in mind how easy they could have got it. And that's another thing that bothers me. Because on the grander scheme, they didn't have to do what they did.
Agreed. No, I agree with that. Next question. Do you believe they have the knife? Because if you look at this previous court hearing, I believe that's the next question I want to ask you guys in the audience. If you look at this past court hearing, they talked about a knife and a case in which this knife would be presented at trial. This theoretical knife. Do you believe that they were saying, we got the fucking knife? Or do you believe that it was just, maybe they're just going to use like an example? I don't see why they would do that, though. I don't see why they would come into court with a knife that isn't the murder. I've never seen that happen before. Why would you come into court with a knife, a replica, so to speak, and you, like, what would that do? Pammy thinks it's a replica. You believe they have the knife, says Marie. What's up, Potts? I've been saying that they have it for quite a while. Yeah, there is no way that they have it. Gobble says they don't think they have it. To emotionally manipulate the jury. Yeah, I mean, that is a good, yeah. If they have the knife, well, I'll wait on that one. I'll wait on that one. I think right now it's 50-50. Some people say they have the knife. Some people say they don't. He said something about a knife in a display box. Do you believe that was referencing some sort of the actual knife or some sort of model or some, you know what I mean? Do you believe
literally today in the last video I did?
I mean, that's a great point. Wouldn't the defense challenge like a model knife? I think he tossed the knife out the window. Yeah, that would be some ace in the hole. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good question, Mark. The no victim's DNA in the car thing is a big one. I do agree with you. But wouldn't Ann Taylor be challenging the shit out of this fucking, replica knife? I would. What would be the reason for? I mean, yes, to manipulate. But I would think that the defense would object to that shit all the way. The dollhouse at least makes some sense. But to hold up a murder weapon that wasn't used in the murder, I don't know. I don't know about that. First name they listed was they took it from Pennsylvania, is it? You think he had it in Pennsylvania? If this dumb motherfucker took this knife to Pennsylvania, I want him to kill him twice just for being stupid. There's no way that if they did get the murder weapon, that they got it from Pennsylvania. There's no fucking... Wouldn't that be the craziest shit ever? Yeah, there's no way. There's no fucking way he took that thing to Pennsylvania. Because think about it. Imagine getting pulled over twice on the way to Pennsylvania. At some point, you would have said, fuck this shit, I'm throwing this out. There's no way. That would be the dumbest shit I've ever seen in my life. He's an idiot, we've already established. Yeah. Yeah, there was knives that was entered into evidence from Pennsylvania. I don't think it was the K-bar. Like white knife with no description. Yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. Whew. I'm thinking the lake got searched. If they have it.
I don't think they've got the actual knife. I believe that they will want a visual representation of the knife, and they will have to take precautions when doing it. So they're obviously showing how it's going to be displayed.
I'll tell you what.
I do not believe they've got the...
Miss Potts, you actually got that's also another possibility. Is it possible that the knife that they got from Pennsylvania is the Amazon knife? Okay. If the knife they got from Pennsylvania is the Amazon knife, he's not guilty. You see what I'm saying? Like, if that knife is because the whole reason that's got me side-eyeing BK is the Amazon order. If they somehow found the Amazon knife there, then I think that I don't think they got a smoking gun. Because I already don't think they'd have a smoking gun. That's a good point, Potts. That's a good point. That would be a home run for the defense. They were looking for a knife and sheath. Yeah, that would be a home run for the defense.
Weapon.
If they do, and it's traced back to the Amazon, that's good. Would that alter your opinion on this entire thing?
100%. 100%.
All right. Does the Amazon thing concern you at all anyway? With him, the fact that, because let's be honest, a lot of people have K-bars, a lot of people order them. Yeah. But if you look at the timing, you look at what happened, I'm highly concerned about the documentation. Oh, yeah. No. If they got a knife from Pennsylvania and it's not a murder weapon, it's not the murder weapon, and let's say it's that original knife, yeah, I think he walks. I think he walks. Because you can't prove that that knife ever went to Washington or Idaho. Like if you could, all right, if you're claiming that Brian Koberger bought the knife off Amazon in Pennsylvania, and that knife and that sheath is still in Pennsylvania, you can't claim he took that thing anywhere. How could you? How the fuck could you? Saying that it looked like he sought out a replacement. I'm highly concerned. Yeah, Potts, I never thought about the knife that they found in fucking Pennsylvania being the knife. I never gave that even a second thought about it, saying that he attempted to delete Amazon history. I don't know if I believe that or not.
Yeah,
I guess I'm kind of still iffy on that. But what are your thoughts on that? Like, is that not a very, very red flag? Like, is this not a red flag?
The issue that I have with Amazon is potentially something that is niggling you in the back of your mind, and that I spend a lot of money on Amazon. It's one of.
I think I personally think they've said what the murder weapons are. I mean, yeah, you can look at it, Gina, and say maybe they haven't specifically said it, but I'm pretty sure they've hinted at it a lot. You know what I mean? I feel like the state's position is that these 4 kids were killed with a K-bar. I definitely think that's what the state's trying to portray. Oh no, yeah. So I know they haven't. Hey, I understand what you're saying. Is the knife found on PA with victim DNA on it? Oh yeah, I agree. Are they sure it's even a K-bar? I think so. Why do you think? Okay, why do you think we keep hearing? Why do you think we keep hearing about a K-bar? I'm pretty sure that's what the fuck they're getting at. What about machetes as a murder weapon? Possible. Didn't they say multiple weapons at one time? I haven't heard the police say that. I've heard it hinted. You know what I mean? No, it's possible. Shit. It's possible.
The main places that I go to purchase anything, and I do so because in the
That's
UK,
true, Texas
Rangers, I can buy an electrical product, and 2 years down the line, if it goes wrong, I can send it back to Amazon.
That's a very good point. If the original sheath and knife is still there, they would have been throwing a fit about it. I agree. No, they aren't even sure if they found a K-bar sheath, but without the actual knife, multiple weapons, if they had the knife, they would have jumped up and down. I agree. And I also agree with you about the no DNA in the victim's home.
Okay. I spend a lot of money through Amazon.
Yeah.
And you and I both know that the way that Amazon works is you can look at stuff, it learns, it's got an algorithm that picks up what you buy, what you don't buy, what you're interested in. It even looks at because you buy certain things, what other things may be of interest to you. It's a very, very clever, one of the most highly sophisticated selling platforms in the world, if not the most powerful.
They get me all the time by promoting things to me that they think I would buy. So I agree. Question: if the knife and sheath were not his, then why did he try to replace? Yeah, I agree. I think you make a valid point, Rock. Steve G said the autopsy showed wounds were tears and gouges, and K-War doesn't do tears and gouges. Steve Gonsalves also said some other shit that hasn't come true, though. It's easy to look at that and ask yourself, why did Steve say that? But I don't think it is like a gotcha. There's a lot of shit Steve said throughout this case that has been goofy. Texas Ranger says, sad thing about it is you can get that same knife at about any Army Navy store without a trail, but the dumbass ordered one from Amazon. Yeah.
for me, yes, it's concerning, but I feel that potentially Ann Taylor and Brian have got numerous outs on it because they have to show that he went onto Amazon, he specifically typed in K-bar knife or knife, whatever, showed him purchase it, him not to be able to say what happened to it, him to say, well, I don't know what happened to it, it's gone. Yeah. And then to show him going back on there after the murders, again, searching K-bar knife. What did he do? Did he actually buy it? It doesn't seem that he did, but then...
I feel like there's a lot of people saying, well, how come they haven't said this? They haven't said that. They haven't said this. They haven't said that. Because there's a fucking gag order. That's what I mean. Like, I'm just saying that the question itself, like, why haven't they said this? Or why haven't they said that? The gag order might be a part of the reason. Just throwing that against the wall, you know. Who would check with Dateline regarding the DNA? We could check with Dateline? Gag order? Yeah, exactly.
Does it specifically show him trying to delete his history? If they've got all of that, so you've got him going onto Amazon, searching for a knife, buying a knife, it being delivered to him. That knife is now nowhere to be seen. He can't tell you. He'll just turn around and say, "Oh, I lost it. I don't know where it is." Then that for me wouldn't be good enough. Not if they then can show him logging on, potentially looking to search for another one.
And I think that's because they can't, Harsh. You know what I mean? The defense can't battle shit. That's the problem with people leaking shit. Is the defense can't. This is my problem with the gag order. The defense can't fight against it because then they themselves would be leaking shit. If he leaked, he bought the knife and sheath. Why not leak it at the USM? Yeah, that was a good point. So no, I think the defense is in a bad position here. That's why the gag order is unfair, and I don't think Kohberger can get a fair trial. They should have just let this all out from the beginning. Just let everything, the best place for them to make the prosecution look bad is in front of a jury. Yeah, I mean that's valid. You don't want to give prosecution time to come up with a valid defense either. You know what I mean? A valid counter to what the defense is going to say. And the same thing vice versa. The prosecution doesn't want to give the defense a good ample amount of time to fucking counter their shit either. I have no problem leaking his Amazon purchases and searches, but can't say it in his exact one. Yeah. What's up, Glitter? How you doing? Hope you're doing well, beautiful.
And then deleting history.
Right.
But again, at this stage, knowing how Amazon works, I think that you could take some of his Amazon activity out of context. And if he turns around in the court and they say you bought a knife, and they turn,
I think Hippler is less. I think Hippler is more biased towards the state than John Judge was. I think Hippler in his own brain, Polly, has already determined Brian Kohberger's guilt. Does that make sense? That's what I think. And I think that's unfair to have as a judge. You don't want a judge that's already I just feel like I don't feel Hippler is going to be fair. I don't think he has been fair. Much like when in Delphi, I need the judge. I think a good judge is a judge that allows all potential evidence in. All potential theories, all potential evidence. I think you need it in. Oh, I don't think he shows signs of dementia. I think he shows signs of bias. Well, no, of course I don't make a good guilter because I'm not one. But I'm also not one of you snack cakers either. That's right. I'm the only logical voice in this entire world. Period. I don't do snack cakes, and I don't do guilt or shit. Do you think Hitler comes off as biased because he is mildly, is mildly retarded? I mean, he could be. Hey, Jared sent 20. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much. Judge should just act as a mediator. I agree with that completely. Thank you, Jared. Get your name on the list up here. Appreciate you, bro. Join us, JB, on the Pro Burger side. I've already been on your side for 250 videos. Then you guys just started rubbing snack cakes all over your face and shit just got weird. I ain't got time for that weird shit. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate you, brother.
Turn around and say, yes, he did, and this is where that knife went. This is where that knife is. Then that kind of goes away. That just dissipates into fuck all.
Do you believe that the car caught on surveillance is Brian Kohlberger's? Or do you... I think... Well, I will start. Do you believe the car is Brian Kohlberger's?
As it stands at this moment in time...
Now that he's going to answer, let me ask the audience. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with a zebra cake. Now, wait, I love snack cakes. I love the only snack cake that matters. There's only one snack cake I want. If there's going to be ooze and shit all over my face and in my nose and shit, there's only one snack cake I get into. But anyway, just saying. So let me ask the question. Do you believe that the car... Exactly, Potts. Let me ask this. Do you believe the car in the footage is the killer's car? Forget Brian Kohlberger right now. Do you believe the car in the footage, racing and all that shit and looking around, turning circles and shit, do you believe that that car is the killer's car? That's a good question. That's the question, yes. So you don't believe the killer's car was caught on camera at all? You know? So how did the killer get there? The tunnels? You guys are the tunnels people?
I do not believe that we have seen any footage.
Yes.
That
seems likely.
If you had a gun to your head, and they said, "Well, you've got to get the answer to this question right."
I mean, like I said, parachutes and shit. Yeah, like I said, I'm only listen. I'm not saying connected to Kohlberger. I'm just saying, is it the killer? Killer's car is much earlier. Oh, you're one of them 215ers, huh? Snack cakers for sure. Yeah, you get it. You get it. But snack cakers are welcome here. I don't believe that it is even the same car in all their footage. Oh, shit. What's up, Louis? Hitler said from day one he didn't want this case, but it fell in his lap, so he's pissed off and wants it done. That's probably very true. How you been, brother? Hope you're doing well up there.
Or will execute your family. Is that car Brian?
Damn, Potts is in here trying to act gangster and shit. She said 3 a.m., bitch. All I said was about 3 a.m. I said, motherfucker, faggot. Calm down. Calm down. You know what I'm saying? I mean, what the fuck? Ask yourself why we're using 4 a.m. time of death. Where's the credible evidence of that being correct? Well, I don't listen to the cakers, so the courts recommended or said that was the time. You know, maybe it's the time. Get a swear jar? Yeah, that would be nice. Pretty well nice. We can do better than that. That's right. They hate me, though. It's just the truth. They hate me.
Kohlbergers. I don't think any single person around this case
Candy Girl,
would be
I believe
confident
there's
enough to say, you know what?
JB
Yes,
knows that, of course.
Because I don't think you and
there's
I and
a
anyone on
car,
YouTube have yet seen one single screenshot.
Yes. Actually, that's a fantastic point. Rock Royalty, you won that point. He says we're using 4 a.m. because of the DoorDash order and Xana on TikTok. He said 52. He hit the like. He hit the like. Let me go hit my own goddamn like. Oh no, I'm still looking at your video. I prefer Star Crunch myself. Brownies. Well, they said the DoorDash was 4 p.m. 4 p.m. How do you hit the like?
From a car that you would confidently be able to say that is definitely Brian Coben's. Now, do I want to go
Swiss
down
rolls
the
ain't
route
bad.
of saying it's a green car or anything like that? No, I don't. You know, I'm not.
Kimberly said it's been proven that Xana's TikTok was on the 3 a.m., not 4 a.m. Proven by who? He said, I'm a fat Twinkie girl myself. Ain't nothing wrong with that. DoorDash at 3. Yeah. Who says she ever got it? He said, I'm not prejudiced. I like all snack cakes except peanut butter and jelly ones. No. I've been to prison before. Peanut butter is never an option in my household. And I used to have a fat chick that liked Reese cups. And it was a nightmare. Like literal nightmare. Ain't nothing worse than some big fat fuck oozing her way into the bed, trying to give you a kiss goodnight, and she just smells like just fucking Reese cups all damn night. Nah, I ain't got time for that shit. Yeah, so I got a thing against peanut butter. It is what it is. The green card there, yeah, the green card shit's crazy. He said, I love peanut butter though, straight out the car, the jar, car. Oh yeah. No, I want to say this. Upgrade. Harsh during the stream was sitting there like, oh man, I don't fuck with that green car shit. I'll be damn if I didn't wake up in the first video from Harsh this morning was a fucking green car video. And just that little bit of time, he became a green car. And here's the thing. I don't even know when he had time to do it. I'm telling you right now. Immediately after the stream, me and Harsh emailed and he's like, it's 1 a.m. here, man. Fuck it. I'm out. Exhausted. So I know he crawled his ass into his bed next to his wife. And then somehow this dude has a video up by like 4 in the morning my time. And it's the green car video. I'm not looking at no green car because it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit.
Taking away the work that anyone has done on
I was emailed during the live. Yeah, I see.
They're right. It's something that I'm not going to get involved in. But for me, there is a couple of things with respect to the car that, for me, it just ain't nailed yet.
Agreed. Do you believe that the car that we've seen on the footage is the car driven by the murderer? Let's go that route.
Again, I think that we're in a position now that...
Now, what's funny about that shit, right? Is like, I picture Harsh laying in the bed with his eyes wide open, looking up at like you know how they got like them little, those little things that like you would buy your daughter or something as a nightlight that shines little stars on the ceiling and shit. I picture him laying in the bed at night, deep thinking this shit. Just sitting there and he was like, them motherfuckers with the car might have been right. Like, not me. I just go get drunk and say, fuck it, and I'll worry about it tomorrow. Grasping for straws at this point? Potentially. Yeah, I think the green car is that.
We have been conditioned to feel a certain way about a certain car in certain pictures.
Projector light, yeah.
Everything to fall together, you have to accept that the killer drove a white Hyundai Elantra. He was
a Galaxy projector.
But it's like everything. You remove something and all of the cars fall away.
They didn't drive, they walked.
Everything falls away. And
Agreed.
you cannot fall into the trap of being conditioned because you could be wrong. And that could be
the little stars on the
person who had the white Hyundai Elantra may not have been involved, but then there is a caveat to that in that if it wasn't involved, then would the owner of that car not have come forward and said, you keep showing my fucking car, I'm nothing to do with this crime.
Cars can be painted.
Do you know what I mean? So there is issues with it. There is issues with it, but we're looking at, in my opinion, and this is what throws a wrench in the works, I still believe at this stage that this is a multiple perpetrator crime. I do, and I'll give you there's one thing that makes me think
I don't
that,
have stickers.
right? Very, very specific element of this crime. So Brian Koberger, or whoever done this crime, is in this house. The one eyewitness, if you want to believe what that person says, she says that this individual is in this house, killed all these people. So you've got to think to yourself, she sees him walk by her and out. The key word there is walk. So he's not in a rush. He's not fucking running out of the house. He is walking out of that house. Now, do you believe that if he's just executed in the manner with which he is executed, everyone in that house, if he has seen someone 3 feet away from him staring at him, do you believe he'd have left them alive?
I don't believe he saw. He saw her. No, I don't believe he saw her at all.
No.
And my opinion on that changed over time, because if you remember right in the beginning of all this, I said with that light that would have existed from the great. Yeah, well, yeah, no, I got people in the gun squad that know about cars, and they said there wasn't no green Elantras that year or at that time. I do think if it was a green Elantra, it's custom made. I don't. I guess I'm struggling to. Okay, I guess let me just ask this. We've been following this case for 3 years. All right. Can somebody tell me about why no one's brought up a green Elantra to this point? It's a serious question. I feel like it's just the new thing, the new theory. My question is why are we just now making this shit up? Why are we just now doing it? Well, I mean, why didn't this green car theory come out 6 months ago, a year ago? Like it does have a front plate. Yeah, it could. A lot of folks are doing raps these days. Yeah, I mean, it's possible because there wasn't one. Bingo. 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 They were out and about the demolition, the green car during the demolition. Who was? I even went back and found a picture from a year ago to make sure it had not been edited. Yeah. Yeah, they do custom paint jobs. The green car theory is well over a year old. Let me ask you, was the theory just a couple of people? And everybody else saw the theory back then and thought it was fucking stupid? And now because people need a new theory, they're going back and saying, hey, this theory is awesome. There's a lot of us. Okay, Harsh, have you ever heard about the green car until just now? No, he said, I haven't. I didn't. So, Lana hadn't, because she just made the video. Do you see what I'm saying? Like motherfuckers have been on this case from day one. I've been on the case from day one. Horse has been on the case. And none of us ever heard of this theory until a week or two ago. Which means the theory just caught on. They better turn green. That's the green car is new, yeah. I mean, you could sit and say that it's been discussed. Okay, somebody saw a green car at the demolition and one or two people talked about it. I mean, I guess you could say that. But don't you see that right now it's a big deal? I guess what I'm saying is why it wasn't a big deal until now. It's definitely new news. And you're right. Harsh would have 40 videos about the motherfucker if the green car was on. The green car is new. Just because you heard someone somewhere talk about it doesn't mean in the grand scheme of things, it's not a new theory. We knew about the green car, however, it was white originally, then wrapped green. It's the same car from the drone footage day, and it was white. By demo day, it's wrapped green. Just saying, oh, okay, gotcha. I can start naming the creators that talked about it, but JB might not want me to. I guess what I'm saying is that, okay, all you got to do is look at everybody here. And most of the people are like, I've never heard of the car. I've never heard of the green car theory. That's all I'm saying, is that everybody else all of a sudden, like, the reason it's becoming a big thing right now is because there's no other fucking theories. And people needed a new theory. People needed a new theory. And so they bump into this one guy's video, and it gives them something new to talk about. Because you know what? Grifting has to grift. That's all I'm saying. Grifting has to grift. That's my personal opinion. Not saying Horace was grifting. Yep, people need bills. Yeah. I must not go into the chat to talk about green cars. Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like how he said, I got 5 kids to He said, I got 5 kids to feed. Yes, that's the point. Is that the point of this is I guarantee you Harsh would have done a video on it. And you give me, if I would have saw it back when the demolition happened, I probably would have did one. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm going to go smoke. Vibes thing. Oh, the grift must continue. I 1,000,000% support the grift. Motherfuckers ain't doing this shit for free. Shit. What's Meghan Markle got? Okay, it's time to get away from Polly. The green car theory is fucking ridiculous. Exactly. Thank you, Cara. Anyway, I don't blame Horse as he talks about the theories out there. And that's another thing. Yeah, no, Horse is a theory guy. He talks about them all, even ones he doesn't believe in. You know. So I don't blame him. And a very small... Well, I believe him now because he woke up this morning and said he believes the green car. The minute I saw that video, I said, boy, he put on the grift hat immediately. I said, that motherfucker knows he don't believe in that damn green car. He knows he don't. But hey, I'm going to go smoke. Corridor. I almost find it impossible that he didn't see her. But it's the only possible... It's the only logical assumption because I do think he would have killed her if he saw her.
Yeah, so hold that thought, right? So she says that he's walking out of the house, so there's no urgency in there, and he clearly doesn't see her. I think like you do. I think if that person would have seen her, she would not be here. That's as simple as that. So he then leaves the house, gets in the car. Bearing in mind, before the crime, we're led to believe that he drove around, up and down, getting caught on camera, driving around, moseying around, does the crime, gets in the car, and decides to fly off like a fucking maniac to the point where he's going to hit someone.
Hold on. Yeah.
So my issue there...
Somebody said Harsh doesn't wear the icon hat for nothing. Way before Harsh was wearing icon hats, the shit was tatted on my arm. That was my first tattoo when I was like 15. And we don't even have that type of clothing over here. It means something else over here. So I can't get mad at Harsh for his $200 icon hat. And I can't say it means icon because I've had the shit tatted on me most of my life.
I'll
be right back.
Why would somebody who's been in the house and done this crime and left in such a calm manner after the crime then get in the car and fly off and risk being chased out of there by police? Unless there is a driver in the car who is waiting for that individual because their mentality is going to be, get the fuck out of here. I think it's more likely that if there's a driver of that car, that they would hairtail out of there than someone who was shown calm, collected before.
So you think there was a get? So you think there was a getaway?
Yeah.
Man, that's a new one. I guess that is possible though. My problem with this is that I think that it's hard to, whenever there's multiple people in a crime, they're likely always going to get caught because someone's likely always going to talk. And we're dealing with a situation like right now. I have trouble believing there was more than one person because there's a lot of people that's shutting up. Like there's nobody's telling on each other. No one's, and clearly Brian Koberger is being charged. Clearly Brian Koberger is there. If let's just say it was a multiple person involvement, you don't think anybody would have said anything, especially if it was multiple people with Brian Koberger? Let's say it was, let's just go down that rabbit hole and say Kopacka and Koberger. Wouldn't Koberger at this point wouldn't there be some other fingers being pointed at some other people? Like,
well, I look at it like this.
Go ahead.
I look at it like this. With respect of Brian Koberger's involvement, again, like we touched on, I find it very hard to believe that Brian Koberger was as stupid as we have to believe that he was. At this stage, I'm reserving my willingness to just say, yeah, the guy's clearly a fucking lunatic. And I made a comment the other day, and I'm dead serious about this, right? Because they've looked at the death penalty, for instance, and they've said that his ASD shouldn't be taken into consideration. And what they've done...
the word icon here, I know somebody asked me in the chat, the word icon here, it's a symbolic image that represents the very best of something. For instance, Michael Jordan would be considered the icon of basketball. Hulk Hogan would be considered the icon of wrestling. You see what I'm saying? Like a major symbolic image that represents the whole thing. That's what icon means here. To be an icon of something means to be essentially a great of it. So that's what it means here. I don't know what it means over there.
Done to try and back that up is to go into his academic skill and what.
Well, not everybody knows, Scott. Somebody asked me in the chat room. So not everybody knew.
Achieved and use that as leverage to further that point.
Exactly.
The guy's smart enough for us not to take his ASD into consideration because there's clearly no diminutive effects on his brain. But my argument was, well, if you fucking think that this guy went on Amazon, bought the knife, because let's just walk through. This is what you have to believe happened here. So Brian Koberger goes on Amazon, buys the knife that he's going to use to kill these individuals. He then handles that knife without taking precautions to keep his DNA off it. He then goes to the place to commit this atrocity after he's gone to the area multiple times and carried his phone with him every fucking time. On the night of it, he don't leave his phone at home. He takes his phone with him and then switches it off some way through the...
Somebody asked me in the chat, says, JB, serious question. Do you think the YouTubers touting these ridiculous theories, bodies pass through the trees, the tunnels, actually believe what they're saying or truly just for the grift? Since most of the ones that really do it aren't making any money, I've been in this community enough to know there's a lot of retardation in this community. I think the same, like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, the people that always think everything's I'm a conspiracy theorist, but like, I don't believe the earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? I think that what you find in this community is 100% people that believe what they're saying. I do believe that. When they're sitting there saying, if you zoom in on these pixels and I think they really believe it. Dan and Dean Caton were both brothers who were abused but opened up about clothing business and lived together by us. Okay, so it was about, that's what the icon brand means there. Okay. Glitter says, do you think he was going to try to buy it a second time and hide it somewhere and make them think they found the murder weapon and it wasn't going to have his DNA on it? I do think that he was going to do it, or in a way of being able to say, hey, I got the knife. You know what I'm saying? Like when they searched and found out he had bought one off Amazon, I believe the replacement was to be like the proof that he still had his knife and a sheath. I believe he was probably going to buy both. That's what I think. I find it hard to believe. Damn. Someone like that even exists, honestly. They do. They do. Listen, when I tell you, man, I think most of the people in the YouTube comments are retarded, I'm not just saying it. Of course, you guys are great people. None of you guys are retarded. At least while I'm still on here with the tip jar. But the minute I end this stream, I'll be like, them retarded motherfuckers. No, I think the community very much so is filled with retards. Full-fledged retards. Just crazy old cat ladies and shit. You know I'm telling the truth. We never landed on the moon. I'm with you. Thanks for answering. That's dangerous in my opinion, because vulnerable people can fall for that. Yeah. But I also think here's my belief when it comes to entertainment. I believe wholeheartedly that people are responsible for their own way of taking in entertainment. Like, does that make sense? If people want to go listen to the goobers and believe them, it says a lot more about them than the goobers. So I don't know.
Route. He then drives his own car around and getting caught on pretty much every fucking camera that there is. And then he goes into the house with the knife sheath in his hand. So he's not attached to him, he's holding it. So at the point where he pulls that out, he's got the sheath in one hand and the knife in the other, which is severely hindering the use of this hand. So he's walking around the house with a sheath in one hand, a knife in the other. He's done all this, and then he's dropped it and then fucked off, left it. He's burned off in his car. He's then apparently gone back the following day. So he's done every single fucking mistake known to that any killer that's ever been caught has done. And then he takes a picture afterwards of his thumbs up. He rings, it almost gets to the point where he made so many fucking errors, you have to laugh at it because it's comedy.
It is. And that's actually the funniest part about all of this is I looked at things like from your perspective, where it was like, there's no way somebody's this fucking dumb. Somebody said, "What? Didn't see the debate, but what's the consensus?" I don't know. Tell me. We're watching it right now. We're reacting to it. What's up, Roger? I stated on Harsh's video that I feel he is pushing false propaganda for financial benefits. But couldn't you say that? Couldn't you say that about anybody you disagree with a YouTube page? I mean, couldn't you say that about, like, so that's just and that's one of the biggest problems we also have in the community, or just YouTube in general. Every single time people come out here and make a living off of YouTube and you disagree with them, they're all of a sudden grifting and shit like that, right? Then all of a sudden they're somehow lying. Because for some reason you believe that the only people that can have an opinion different than yours is a liar. Exactly. Do you make that complaint to the YouTubers getting paid for that you agree with? Of course they don't. That's the point. They only believe that the people they don't agree with are grifting. Everyone else is being honest and straightforward. Maybe you're just wrong. That's you know people can have different opinions. Maybe you're just wrong. Or maybe you're right. But I think it's disingenuous and unfair to say that everyone that makes a living off YouTube that you disagree with has to be doing it maliciously and lying. Yeah, exactly. I disagree with that hard. Yeah, I exactly. Yeah. So no, I don't think that Harsh is pushing propaganda or lying to make money. I can name you there's a bunch of leftist streamers, leftist YouTubers that I don't agree with at all and I think are full of shit. But I don't think I think they're giving their perspective from their side, which I happen to disagree with. I think that's the way to do it. I think that's pretty much, But I think that's a common thing that a lot of people do. A lot of people claim. But I don't know, man. Like, it's either he's extremely dumb or extremely unlucky. Because if you look at everything here, and usually the way that works, Harsh, and I can tell you exactly how this works. Usually the way this works with the propaganda, with the people, it is always people that don't pay. Because people that don't pay YouTubers hate people that pay YouTubers. I see it all the time. And so what they have to then do is make the YouTubers who are making money doing what they don't think they should be doing. And they have to make it sound bad. You know what I mean? And really what it is a lot of it is they don't feel that they should have to pay anybody on YouTube. And so they don't want anyone else to do it. When you're the brokey in the room that just freeloads off people's content all day and doesn't pay for it, you're going to get mad when people do pay for it because it makes you look like a broke piece of shit. Just saying. That's all I'm saying. So, but there are a lot of people, the people that you typically see complaining about YouTubers making money are people that don't pay YouTubers any money. That's the truth. Every piece of circumstantial evidence that they're throwing at him. I mean, we can even look at the phone shit, and I've never been one on the phone thing, but let's be real. It does look a little goofy. You go out and then all of a sudden you turn your phone off because it's not like he was at home watching YouTube and the shit exactly went dead. He clearly had left his house. He clearly went back to his house and the phone shut off. Just so happens right perfectly. Let me give a shout out to Kitty. Thank you. Shit tip, Joe. Appreciate you. With the time frame that these crimes happen. And then we get Cy Ray and his bullshit, and where we're not even getting what we thought we were going to get from Cy Ray, which was a new location for Koberger. Like, Cy Ray didn't help his alibi at all. And so, now, it does look like Koberger or whoever did it, which I would say Koberger, was stupid. And here's the thing. They don't understand that Harsh is working right now. Harsh is at his job right now. You may think he's not because you're watching. What Harsh is doing right now is called marketing. That's exactly what he's doing here. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure he's interested in what's going to be said, but Harsh being active in the chat room on a video about him is marketing the same reason he pinned my comment. Because he knew that if my comment was pinned, it would lead people to my page. It's a way of marketing. What's up, Jenks? And him right here. It's the same thing. It is work. Let me give a shout out real quick, man. Thank you to Leslie and Billy. Thank you so much. And Jeff H. Shit, Jeff H. got in there. He said, let's test your theory. Keep up the great work. Thank you so much. Thank you. What's up, Jenks? Glad you're around here. Hope you're doing good. He said, Jeff H. giving money now. Holy shit. Yeah, there you go. That's how you get the job done. There we go. Thanks, guys. Let's go ahead and get back to this. Thank you, Leslie and Billy. As we thought he would have, we never thought somebody would be this stupid. You clearly still don't think he's that stupid. I think that we were wrong the whole time, and he is that stupid. That's my position now.
Yeah, again, my point on that would literally be you then have to consider that his ASD is potentially a massive factor here. Because I don't think anybody with half a fucking...
To be fair, Jeff H. was nice to me when I was pro-burger, too. Angelina says, brand new here. I'm mostly with you. I've been on the side of I could be swayed BK is innocent and know I'm not in love with the dude. I could also be shown solid evidence towards him being guilty. Yeah, of course. Of course. Now, I will block you for saying JB is going to become a white dude for Harris. I know I normally don't block people, but that's where I'm going to draw the line. That's where I'm going to draw the line.
Brain would make this many mistakes when they are majoring in the things that he is, and he's involved in the things that he is, because he's clearly not taken a blind bit of notice to any fucking thing that he's doing. It's a difficult one. It's the conundrum of how can someone be this stupid when, like cloud-based forensics, he's supposed to literally specialize in...
Let me give a shout out to my boy Captain Jenks, who sent 25. Thank you, Jenks. Appreciate you, brother. Get you on the board. He said, don't be a little bitch, JB. That's how you're trending. Let's be honest. Oh, I'm trending that way. How so? I do political videos every day. How am I trending that way? Go ahead. I'll let you, but hurry up, man, because we got to get back to this. Oh, it's because we don't agree on Kohlberger no more. Oh, that's how it works? Ain't that interesting? But go ahead, tell us. We'll listen for just a second. I got to update this money anyway. So go ahead and tell us. We're listening. Thank you, Jenks.
Cloud-based forensics. And he literally states...
You let Dateline change your mind. When was that? I changed my mind with the Amazon purchase. So what the fuck are you talking about? And by the way, the Dateline was a real thing. That's why the judge wants people arrested for leaking the information. How about that? Just saying. But you can tell you ain't been listening. Because if you've been listening, you know that Amazon changed my mind, not Dateline.
Right early on, before he's been extradited, I'm not bothered. I'm not worried. They'll know where I am. They've got my phone. They can check.
Thank you, James.
So he's clearly... It's almost like he knows. Do you know what I mean? They know they can look at my phone and it will tell them. But I see some comments in and they're talking about Cyray. I think at the moment we're being a little bit premature about closing the door on what Cyray is going to do.
I think it was probably the prosecution. I think it was probably not the prosecution. I think it was the state that leaked the information. I think the state has leaked all the information. If you ask me.
And what he's going to say. Ultimately, he has not yet gone into that trial and testified. He has come forward, he's raised an affidavit. He could have potentially done a bit
it don't have to be all true.
I think it left him open for criticism, and fuck me, did he get criticized? But I think people would be stupid
It's all good, Harsh.
to completely write the guy off. And I'll say this much. The guy knows what he's talking about. He is a specialist in that field, and he has been.
You know what I like about Harsh? He not only timed him out, he then admitted to it immediately. That was me to time that bitch out. Yes. You gotta love it.
For over 2 decades, and he has dealt with not hundreds, not thousands, not millions, but billions of calls, and he has helped put multiple people inside. There are people currently doing lengthy prison sentences because of the technology that he helped design and put together, and they're still using it now. The issue that I have, again, he's obviously he's left himself open to criticism, but he came into this pro bono. He's not charging, and he has never, ever come forward to help support someone accused of a crime ever before.
Nope.
And his stance was very, very clear, and that was this. The prosecution are saying, or law enforcement are saying, that Brian Kohberger did this. What I'm telling you is, they cannot say that because they need this data in order to say what they're saying, and they haven't shown me that they have the data that they need to say it. Now, if they add that data to it, then and prove what they're saying is correct, then they're correct. But as it stands, they don't have it, and without it, that means that once you add it to it, it could actually prove that Brian Kohberger was somewhere else. And I think what people are thinking is that Cyray, like you've just said, and I think I did early doors, that Cyray was going to come along.
Yeah, no, I think that whoever leaked it should be arrested immediately. Because it's shit like this that muddies the water, and it's going to prevent Kohberger from getting a fair trial. Whoever leaked this, which I do think is the prosecution, I think that person should face charges. 100%. 100%. So I don't know, I'm on the fence with this case. I'll wait some more. Yeah, of course. I am the closest to on the fence that I've been the entire time. Because every single moment I sit here and I'm like, yeah, I think he probably did it. I'll think about some shit and I'll be like, yeah, but what about the no DNA anywhere? You know what I mean? Said the leak came from law enforcement, Hart said. I think it's possible. Because, I think it's possible. Wonder if the judge would follow through on the leak, whoever he is. I hope he would. I don't know for sure. I don't know for sure. I think they should be arrested. Also because this is just a blatant disregard of a court order. Yeah. And listen, no matter what side anyone's on, or what you believe, you should want the case. You should want all criminal or any of this proceedings to be done fairly. You know what I mean? You should want it to be done fairly. You should want Kohberger to get a fair trial. And when you muddy the waters, it's fucking it up. Like, I believe Richard Allen did the Delphi case. But I think the prosecution and the judge completely made that case into a shit show. Completely muddied the waters, completely fucked it up.
And place Brian Kohberger somewhere else at the time of the crime.
Right.
And I don't think that's the point. I think that because of this time frame, because we now know the exact time of this crime, and it depends upon a car being there at a certain time, here at a certain time, this happening at a certain time, I think me and you can agree that the prosecution have they've nailed themselves down to this time frame. There's so many pieces of it now that means that they could not now change the time of this crime. It's now, this is when it happened. The car was there. This is every moving piece that we believe happened. But what we know is when Brian Kohberger, when he left his house,
what do you mean, hold on?
His phone was turned on. And we know that his phone went off.
I just caught that shit. That motherfucker shushed me. I was so into the debate last night, I didn't catch that shit last night. That motherfucker shushed me. Ain't that a bitch?
A very specific time. So let's just say that Ray, during trial, is able to prove that Brian Kohberger was 6 miles north of where they thought he was, which means that he couldn't be at the house at the time that white Hyundai Elantra was. They then have a problem.
Oh, I agree.
So they don't necessarily have to place Brian Kohberger somewhere else at the time of the crime. They only have to place him somewhere that means that he cannot reach
that's
that
wild
place
shit.
at the time of the
That's
crime.
wild shit. Do you think that that's what Ray will do? Do you believe that information will would eventually come up, or do you believe that there is I guess that's the question.
Yeah, I think that for Ray to just randomly come forward to try and help Brian Kohberger, which he doesn't need to do. The guy's got money.
Right.
He's already got contracts and what he does. He's highly regarded. Yeah, he's had some fucking issues, but if you dig
I'm not. I'm going to tell you now, not all of Horsch's fans are going to like me. You know what I mean? So I warn you in advance. But just the way it works. But yeah, I'm very open. When it comes to like difference of opinions, I don't like being in echo chambers. I like us all to have different opinions. Because I believe I can debate mine. Well, yes, because you're British. But it's just kind of, I was tame last night. It's because I had a strategy to win the debate, which I did.
Into them issues that people have brought up, we know that it's not quite as one-sided as what people would lead you to believe.
I'm just fucking
like the issue we had with the judge was being fucking an idiot. You know, Ray had made a comment about being an engineer, where the guy, the judge had turned around and said Ray had claimed to be an engineer, and he in fact isn't an engineer, and that's not what Ray said at all. He was referring to himself as in his field of work being similar to an engineer in their field of work.
No, I actually agree.
When it comes to
I actually agree with that whole you both won thing. Because I believe both, because I don't believe we were actually trying to prove a point to the other person. I don't believe we were trying to convince the other person to change their mind. Because me and Horsch, when it comes to this case, are so almost on the same exact wavelength. I think the overall goal was to still make it he's innocent until proven guilty. I think it was the overall goal was just to kind of, go through each topic, go through each part of the case from both the guilter and non-guilter's perspective, and just kind of logically try to put the pieces to the puzzle together. I think that was really what the whole goal was. It was more of a conversation than a debate, if you want to know the truth. It's just two dudes talking about some shit.
What he does, he is a specialist in that field, and that was
as if you ask me,
and manipulated to make him look bad.
By the way, I find Ray to be credible. I'm not questioning his credibility. I think he actually is very credible. My position is, what information is he going to really bring that will essentially help Kohberger? Exactly right. I expected it to be something more important, more than what we got. And you're right. We're not at trial yet. Yeah. What information do you believe he's going to bring when we get to trial?
I think this is my thought process.
Well, here's the thing. I think me and Horsch are a lot more close together. I just think that the Amazon pushed me a little bit more. I think Horsch is still waiting on that thing, and it'll probably happen during the trial, if you want to know the truth. I don't believe, I agree with Horsch. I don't think there was ever going to be a conclusive I don't believe we were looking for the conclusion. I believe literally we were just two dudes, like we were having a beer, having a conversation. And if you want to know the truth, that's the way I see it.
That's
But
with him.
I did get harsh to admit what I wanted him to admit. I know that the most logical suspect in this case is Brian Kohlberger.
And that is, I would like to think, let's put it like that. I think that's the safest way to put it. I would like to think that for a guy who has been around this sort of stuff for the length of time that he has, and being involved predominantly in putting people away, so I believe that he is someone who would be more likely to want to help put Brian Kohlberger away than help him if he believes he did this crime. So I would like to think that for him to put his neck on the line, do it for no money, that he believes that he has evidence that would exonerate Brian Kohlberger.
That's true.
I believe that he thinks that's what he has. Because I don't think that if he thought... I don't think he'd do it without him thinking that he can do it. I don't see the benefit to it. I don't see... what skin in the game does Cyril have with respect of trying to keep Brian Kohlberger out of being shot after they're saying that he's killed 4 young individuals from college? Do you know what I mean? There is nothing. In fact, this could highly damage his credibility.
No, and I can agree with that, but I also think that just us not having a clear picture. I think us not having a clear picture of BK's car. I don't think that the absence of that clear picture means the absence of BK's car. You know what I mean? And so, it's easy to be like, well, how do you know? Yeah, I don't know. How do you know? Once again, I don't think there's anything we absolutely know. Absolutely. So I'm not a guilter. I consider myself a truther. No one can say for sure it's Brian Kohlberger's car. Exactly. You're right. But the investigators seem to really think it is. And so I think, and I agree, the absence of evidence is not, however, evidence. I agree. No, I think you're a guilter. Okay. I hear you there, Ashley. I think there's 2 different sides, right? You got the people that have consistently said he did this, and the police and everything has been right the entire time. A lot of those people never question any alternate possibilities. I'm talking about the Gray Hugheses of the world, shit like that. The people, the JLRs, the people that from minute one said he's guilty, and he's guilty because the police said so. I think those are a different type of guilter, later on, Scott, than someone that's saying, okay, the evidence is starting to add up. Does that make sense? Like, being in this community, the thing about it is most of my opinions have never changed. Other than, I think it's likely he probably did it. So I guess if you want to define that technically as a guilter, I think I don't find that to be a fair description, because you're putting me in the category with people that just did nothing but follow the cops and suck them off the entire time. Meanwhile, I spent 2.5 2 years making nothing but videos challenging the official narrative. With what evidence, though? Just saying. I've said it a million times. I've said it literally a million times why I believe he did it. Why I now believe it's not about one specific piece of evidence. It's about when shit starts to build up and it just feels logical that he's probably the guy. But I've already said this. the Amazon purchase of the K-Bar knife is the single piece of evidence that changed my position. But once again, if you would listen closely, I said if I was on the jury, I would not find him guilty. In my gut, I think he did it. But that's not enough to find him guilty and send him to his death penalty. Does that make sense? So, you can look at that from whichever perspective you choose to. Rock said, I understand that, Harsh. Hey, GG. Pop in and listen. Even though we don't agree on this, we do agree about the important stuff. I appreciate your opinion, respect your reason. Absolutely. Thank you so much for being here. And Texas GG sent 50. Thank you so much. I just now noticed. Appreciate you, beautiful. Thank you so much. Fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. Yeah, so basically, it all boils down to, and here's the truth. I think these conversations are good to have. I think when you stay in an echo chamber, then you miss a lot of shit. Basically, if you're a guilter, you're just looking for whatever helps your confirmation bias to put Kohlberger to death. If you're a pro-burger, you're just looking for whatever confirmation bias or the next theory to move you to benefit your confirmation bias. I can change my mind at any point in time. You guys in the chat may come out, with a fucking just beautiful theory that fits and a good reason for me not to believe he did it, and I may change my mind tomorrow. What's up, Angelique? I may change my mind tomorrow. But the answer to your question is, the answer is the Amazon. That's what leans me towards the guilter. Or should I say, he did it. There's basically no evidence against Scott Peterson except for him. Yeah. Bakersfield. I lived out there for a little while, Angelique. Well, it was Linwood, but warning label, yeah. It's 12:15. Later on, Harsh. Later on, brother. And by the way, thank you, Texas GG. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you. Very much so. Later on, Harsh. Yeah, we're going to close this thing. We're going to get to, oh man, Jesus Christ.
Ability.
There's a lot
could
of it.
fucking haunt him now.
That's not what we're making.
And don't get me wrong, we have seen cases. Look what happened to.
And I know you live out there because you spelled Linwood right. I'm behind the chat, but those car pics and video just came out in docs. Yep. Thanks for coming, Harsh. Absolutely. Later on, Harsh, man. Hope you have a good one.
The likes of Adventures with Purpose after their involvement in the Kylie Rodney case. And I know it's a different entity and there's different circumstances, but if Cy Ray now doesn't follow up with anything, the question's always going to be there on people's mind. If Cy Ray then crops up involved in another case, what are they going to think of Cy Ray? Do you know what I mean? Right. So this had a potential to highly damage his credibility. And I'd like to think that for him to do that, to put his neck on the line, as Afa mentioned, I'd like to think that he thinks that he has information. And because we've got this time nailed down at a certain
CJB is modeling critical
I believe
thinking,
the only thing that he can have is proof or evidence that Brian Kohlberger would.
Well, it goes back to what I've always said, Gigi. Later on, Nina, I don't understand why all people aren't like this. It's not that big of a deal. We're basically playing a game of Clue. It's weird to me that people are just married to their positions and get so mad about it. Like there was somebody in this chat room earlier saying, you're a bitch and blah, 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 all because he doesn't agree with my opinion anymore. You see what I'm saying? You're a bitch. You're going to become a white dude for hair. Like just doing nothing but ad hominems and insulting with his mini mind. And it's simply because I think Kohlberger might have done it. Imagine being that kind of fucking nut job where you're so connected to a case of people you don't even know to where you get mad because somebody else analyzes something a little bit different than you. You know what I mean? Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, Gigi's not convinced. If memory serves me correctly, they said about 800 to, I don't know what he was talking about.
Was in a place at a time that would have made it physically impossible for him to arrive at the time of the crime. Because I can't think of any other piece of valuable information. There is no more valuable. If he cannot do that, there is no value to him.
Right.
What is his value?
And really, that's all it is with me is the coincidences are stacking up. The coincidences are stacking up. It's pretty much it, though. Like I said, I haven't seen any solid evidence that says for sure that Brian Koberger did this. So I'm with you guys on the if we were at trial right now, not guilty. If we were at trial. But it still doesn't mean I don't think he did the shit. I cannot have proof you cheated on me. But if I think you did, bitch, you're out of here. Get out. Now you've moved the goalposts. Tell me what 20 things points to his guilt. There's actually at least 10 that could be coincidences that point that way. But considering I'm one of you and I already know your counters and what they're going to say, it would be pointless. It would be pointless. I personally think the coincidences are too high. Personally. And I do believe one person can do this. Do you know how easy it is to whoop and murder 3 chicks? Do you know how long 5 to 7 minutes is? You got one chick that's probably asleep. Ethan was passed out drunk, according to what's being said. Do you know how easy it is for a dude that's in shape, that runs 6 miles, that runs and hikes and does all that? You know how easy it is to slaughter 3 drunk girls? So why couldn't one person do this? Serious question. You gonna do the I am woman, hear me roar shit? That is one of the craziest things I've seen. No way he can beat up and kill 3 women. Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. 100% there is. It's weird. Yes, he can. I'll send you the have you rolling walls of evidence. Duct tape was okay. Definitely, that'd be fun. But yeah, murdering 3 drunk girls isn't gonna be that hard, especially when you got 7, 8, 9 minutes and shit. Maddie was totally trash. Ethan passed out. Kaylee moderately drunk, and Santa inebriated too. Yeah,
position.
Exactly. Yeah, that has to be. And that's what when I started the whole thing with Ray. That's what I was saying. That's what I expected.
12 seconds.
Because I mean, I can't see what other value he would have as a witness or as anything in this case at all. And once again, I do find him respectable. I just don't find the information that's been brought forward, at least so far in the affidavit. I did not consider the 911 call sus, but I considered the 8 hours sus, especially knowing that they weren't asleep. But JB, there wasn't cross-contamination on victims and no blood on the sheath. That I don't know for sure. Yeah, no, I think it would be easy. Now, if one did have 56 stab wounds, I got to admit that would take some time. I do admit if one person did indeed have 56 stab wounds, that would take that one person would probably take a majority of the time. But yeah, 6 minutes is a lot of time. The question is the lack of DNA and all that. Like there was a lot of shit that, like, for that little amount of time, there should have been a lot more mistakes, a lot more shit, a lot more shit left. Like there should have been other DNA. Should have been DNA in the car. There should have been a lot of shit. Ethan was a big man, but Ethan was passed out. According to everything that we've been told, Ethan was asleep at the time this happened. And I know what you're going to respond with. How do you know he was asleep? How do you know he wasn't asleep? You see what I'm saying? They changed how Ethan was found? Yes, there's been a lot of shit changed. There's been a lot of shit changed. So I understand. The actual act probably took 2 minutes as Jenks. Yeah. We don't know. We don't know for sure if Ethan was asleep or not. But it makes sense. It makes sense. Because Ethan was a big boy. It makes a lot of sense. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to Snack Caker's narrative either. Yeah, I agree with you, Gigi. Can easily create 56 down moves in 40 seconds without rushing. So even though it's easy to look at the official narrative we've been told and poke holes in it and say shit hasn't made sense, I want you to think about it the other way. I want you to think about all what I call the snack cakers and tell me which one of their theories makes sense. Ethan fought in a fight clothes. He was a fighter. He was. That makes it even worse. That means he was probably passed out. Adrenaline, I agree with him about adrenaline. Doc say one of the times run-ins was 2 to 4 minutes, but that was just one run. Various times, yeah, 6'4", 200. Yes, but he was, okay. But if he was asleep, none of that means anything. Is what I'm saying, Ashley. That's the point. It makes sense if Ethan was asleep. Like, if Ethan was asleep, I mean, because you're right. Ethan would be the challenge. And it makes sense. It fits in there if Ethan was asleep. That means the biggest challenge that you would have fought was passed out. You know what I mean? And I think that leads credence to the possibility that one person could have done all of this. If the bad motherfucker, if the strong motherfucker, if the athletic motherfucker was outgoing. 2 weapons were used. According to who? Okay. All right. Now we're just making shit up. All right. Yeah. Now we're just making shit up. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry. Some YouTuber made that up, and you're just repeating it. All right. Who carved his legs if he was asleep? Whoever fucking killed him. Whoever killed him. I mean, that would be the logic answer. Whoever killed Ethan would have been the guy to cut his legs. I mean, are we in agreement? Are we in agreement? That whoever cut his legs probably is the guy that killed him or was stabbing him? He still wouldn't be able to take Ethan down if he didn't stab him in the back of the leg. If Ethan was not, okay, if Ethan was passed out drunk, if Ethan was, okay. Lady, I have fought amateurly 11 times, and I could be murdered. I mean, I literally fought in a cage. This is a weird thing you people do. You're like, he fought. That means he was a badass and can't be murdered. Trust me, I fought, and I've been stabbed 14 times and shot twice. So, no, he's carved the end of his legs like a word. Yeah, I don't know about. Yeah, that's some wild shit. I have fought, and I would easily whoop your fucking ass. I know that. I can demonstrate different cuts, slashes, or carvings with a box cutter. Yeah. That's scary if something was carved in his leg. Yeah, I think that would be wild, right? So no, I think that with Ethan, it makes sense that he was probably killed in his sleep. I think that would make the most sense. Didn't it say he was? Yeah, you do got 9 lives. Didn't they say he stabbed first and a major artery was hitting his legs? I doubt it. You can't even take YouTube comments. I'm not the one that blocked you, dummy. I'm not the one that timed you out. Also, JB has something written on the walls in blood. Yeah, I don't know. Ethan's neck was cut, artery cut. Yeah, so I'm saying this weird theory that, like, in my opinion, if Ethan was killed, I think clearly he was killed. I think Ethan had to have been asleep. I don't think, because if Ethan was awake, I would agree with you guys. There had to be more than one person. It's all rumor. I agree. If Ethan was awake, 2 weapons, 2 perps. I stated in court defense. 2 weapons used as Kaylee is what the expert is claiming. Okay. So now there's 2 perpetrators, 2 weapons. We'll see. We'll see. It says stated in court defense expert has submitted an affidavit. Yeah. Yeah. Ashley, it's not been said. It's not factual. It's a possibility. A K-bar has 2 weapons, blade and a hammer. There's so many ways to use a K-bar. Yeah. So does that mean each difference would appear? Look, man, I think it's possible there was 2 weapons, two kill. I mean, it is, of course. I lean towards the single killer theory, and that Ethan was just fucking unconscious and drunk. That's what I lead. Ethan seems to have been ambushed, didn't see it coming. Yeah. Which I think if he was in the bed sleep, I think that would make for a good ambushing. We'll go smoke. Impactful at all in this case. I mean, maybe there's something I'm not seeing here. I expected so much more. And I don't think we're getting that from Cyray, but I could be completely wrong. I saw your video on the time. Since we're talking about the time being, pretty much etched in stone, do you believe it occurred during the time frame that we're being told, or are you one of the 215 people?
I believe that there is a lot of pieces of information that is out there that would put you in a position where I think that you, again, would be foolish to not at least consider that this crime could have happened at an earlier time. Like some of it you could take with a pinch of salt, but there are certain things that, early doors, we know that Kathy Mabbott had alluded to an earlier time frame. We know that Ethan Chapin's family have alluded to an earlier time frame. We also know that some of the key pieces of this entire fucking story has substantially changed. And my question is, how can you trust what you're being told when some of the very fundamental things of the direction that things took after the crimes happened, when they've changed, how do you know what pieces of them you can and cannot trust? Something as simple as Xana's door being open versus closed is a very, very important element, because there's so many things that feed off of that. Yeah. And it then raises to was the call, the 911 call, and what was said within that call, was it indeed genuine or was it disingenuous? Because you and I could both agree, I'm sure, that it seems not beyond the realms of possibility that everybody around that house knew that at least 2 people were likely dead in that house before 911 was called.
I agree.
So that means that the people around it were disingenuous, which then raises me to a question back to Steve Gonsalves, because Steve Gonsalves at one point would tell us that he was told the door was shut. Now, very, very recently, that was even brought up again by Ashley Bamfield, and he struggled to answer the question. He kind of sort of danced around it, but it was still, he did answer it because he'd said that Hunter had said that he'd tried to get in the room. So he was still, I think he didn't want to throw Hunter under the bus, but I think in the back of his mind, he fucking knew that he'd been told that door was shut. So was the door shut or was the fucking door open? Because if it was open and they could see in, there's a lot of questions around that.
Absolutely. And if you remember right, the document, or at least in the Dateline thing, they had talked about Dylan seeing Xana's body laying down, and she thought she was passed out. So to me, that would signify that the door was open.
Yeah.
But you're right. We've heard so much different bullshit throughout this case. I understand the skepticism. I also have had skepticism throughout this entire thing, but what I've heard from most people in this community is just so far out theories. And then ultimately they can't replace the suspect. And I would say in this very situation, if it's not Brian Kober, who did it? There is a lot of missing information. I get that. There's a lot of things we've been lied to. Now, let's go with that question. Just throw your best guess out. If it's not Koberger, which I can accept, who's your suspect? If it's not Brian Koberger, who's your suspect? That's what I would like to know from everyone here. Because I got backup suspects too. But I'm curious from your end, if it's not Koberger, who is it? By the way, Steve Stevenson in the chat room. Let me explain something to you. I don't give a fuck about Brian Koberger. I don't give a fuck about the victims in this case. I commentate for a living. So I don't care what the outcome is for this case or anyone else involved in this case. So to say that people shouldn't commentate on something because you take it super serious, that's on you, bro. Get the fuck off YouTube. That's what YouTube is. People making commentary on things. Ashley K says, yes, frats are, she believes the frats are involved. Could be. To back up Ashley K, I mean, apparently Ethan had a fight with him. Or so not rumored. Chris Lynn says, if it's not BK, we'll never know. But that, I have a couple suspects my damn self. But BK's probably the one I'm going to go with. Right now, it looks like it's BK. Nobody invited you here, bitch. Nobody invited you here. You're on my shit watching me, Steve Stevenson. Nobody invited you here. That's all I'm saying. Let's see here. Remember 40 plus law enforcement? They all missed on this. Let's see. Anybody coming up with any suspects? No. It was Dana White driving Dave Bautista. Stop. Initially, I thought it looked like a cartel hit. Yeah, I don't think the cartel hit is a thing here. The Enan Harsh dude, that little weirdo. The Enan Harsh dude, that's an interesting theory. My guy is the Demetrius dude. If it's not Koberger, I'm going with Demetrius. I'm no Mel B, and there you go. Okay. So, just for the record, the person I thought it was leading up to when I find, like, the Demetrius dude and his chick, they're definitely suspect. But definitely suspect. I believe it's Demetrius Robinson too. He is violent and dangerous, known in IDAHO. I agree. I 100% agree that it could be him. I don't remember who Demetrius is. It was what's her name? Emma? Her black boyfriend. The drug dealer. Showalter is strange, says Demon. I mean, a lot of people suspected Showalter in the beginning. Showalter was my first suspect. And then Demetrius Robinson. What is Rolo saying? What is he saying? My first, where was this? What I don't even know what you're saying. Oh, you're asking why? Are you asking why my demeanor is different on my channel than other people's channels? So I don't get them in trouble? I say fag and all kinds of shit on my channel. But when I'm a guest on other people's channels, I tend to be a little bit more civil. Yeah, no, Demetrius Robinson definitely could be the guy. I agree. He definitely could be the guy. Misha doesn't look that smart. He probably would have left his license. Yes. Yeah, script flipper. I was waiting for you to get hood. Why would I get hood? I'm a white man in the mountains. I don't even know what getting hood means. But yes, when I was on someone else's channel, I was civil. I wasn't going to say words that could get his channel stricken. Upgrade says we aren't uncouth when we are guests. That's right. He has an arrest on body. Yeah, no, we did. One of my most popular videos is my Demetrius Robinson video. No, Demetrius isn't smart. Do you know the average IQ of a sub-Saharan African? Ashley? Do you know the average IQ of a sub-Saharan African? I'm pretty positive Demetrius wasn't smart. I honestly don't think there's any other. Yes. I'm anxious to find out who the IDs were in the glove box. That's a good question. Definitely. Your inner Linwood ghetto persona? There is no inner Linwood ghetto persona. Matt got it. 65 to 75. You're right there. So yeah, the chances of Demetrius being smart in any way is pretty low. So, yes. Frat boys on steroids have fly. It's possible. It's definitely possible. That's narrative changed. I believe the gag order fucking muddied this whole water the entire time. I think the question has to be asked, if not Koberger. They wanted me to get over there drunk and I don't know what they wanted me to do, honestly. But yeah, no. I have respect for other people's channels. You have to be one evil motherfucker to be that personal. I don't think Demetrius has it in him. Well, crime numbers in America, crime numbers in the United States say opposite. Crime numbers in the United States say the exact opposite of what you're saying. Just saying. Who did it? You think multiple people? Okay, who are those multiple people? Or are we just never gonna have? I was on Harsh Realities yesterday. Yeah, and the Earth is fucking flat too. You didn't say anything. You didn't say anything, Rolo. Not a goddamn thing you just said that made sense. Yeah. Matt says I could run defense on this circumstantial case and win. Every point the defense has 3 probable causes. I don't disagree with that. I think this will be a very. I feel like the defense, if they got a good defense, like I feel like if Ann Taylor brings it, I think the prosecution could very much, the state could very much end up with with egg on their face, right? Ashley says, Demetrius is evil. How can you say that when you don't even know him? Nobody knows him. I just heard of him here in Idaho. Well, that's on you. Weren't you the one just sitting here talking about Demetrius's record and what Demetrius has done? Gigi got rid of old Rolo. Says he's bounced. He has his own true crime channel. I thought he knew how to behave. No, they like to troll. I told you these people are extremely connected to their own opinion, and they hate people that have one different than theirs. That's why I don't deal with them. Do you think, Glitter says, do you think the slaughtering of the little dog and the brain on the dumpster are going to be connected to this case? I don't think so. Honestly. Yeah. I'm with you there, Matt. Block party is on. Yeah. No, it's not, they didn't block them. They just timed them out. Look, disagreeing is one thing. I mean, trolling just to be stupid is another, though. You know? And I'm not going to be the one to block you motherfuckers or time you out. These other ones will. I can go toe-to-toe with all of them. All about his money. Who, Demetrius? I think Miss Masters is going to blow the lid off with all purpose. It's possible. Whatever she is already is enough that the judge has asked for actual evidence to back it up. Yeah. I think Enan Harsh and Brian did this. So I got to ask, okay, so let's talk about the Enan Harsh thing. Why? Someone else does it, JB, all honesty. Yeah. Pretty fucked up someone else does it. What, the blocking? I don't block people that have different opinions than me. The only time I block people is if they attack other people in my audience. Like if I see someone going after someone in my audience, yeah, that's when I block them. He was being way disrespectful. So too bad. Yeah. Yes, and you're still here, aren't you? They timed you out. Like I said, if you attack someone else in the audience, you'd be blocked. I would block you then. But no, you talking shit to me. No, you don't have a problem with that. No. Because most of it's just bullshit anyway. We time you out if you're a constant disruption. Bingo. Some internet fucking stranger talking shit to me doesn't bother me. I'm here to talk my shit, get paid, and go home. It is what it is. Exactly, Demon Dog. The killer. Essentially. Hold on,
that's
do you see what I'm saying?
That's the $1 million question, isn't it? It is the $1 million question. Does it get to the point where there's so much circumstantial evidence that you almost have to think Brian Kohberger could have been the driver?
Turn off this other live there. Yeah.
But someone else went into the house. Now, we have spoken, and I apologize for the people who this is going to piss off me mentioning this name, but this name has to be brought up. And what I will say is there is nothing that connects this guy to this crime. Apart from, in my opinion, if there was one knife used during this crime and it was done as quickly as it was done and as silently as the surviving roommates want you to believe it was, that to me doesn't scream first rodeo. That screams to me someone who entered that house, knew what they were doing. They had time to go in there, do it. We know that at least 2 people in that property, they got...
To be fair, Matt, you're not much better than the motherfucker that's out of here. Like, it triggers you so much that I think Kohberger probably did this. You began spurging out, too. I'm just saying. You was doing... Oh, my God! I can't believe that you think Kohberger might have did this. That's spurg shit. That's Spurg shit. This case is odd, actually.
Real messed up badly. And
Sure
Kathy
you did.
Mabbott
Sure
said
you did.
something, and it kind of stuck with me, and you spoke on it a while ago. You may remember, you may not. I did a video about people who were trained to use the K-bar knife, and there are multiple ways to use it, and you would have to be trained in order to use it. But the thing what Kathy Mabbott said about the injuries not matching, and and a lot of people believed that multiple weapons were used. There's been a
You don't know what spurging out is? Oh man, let's what does spurging out mean? Spurging out is a derogatory slang term that refers to behaving in a way that is stereotypically associated with Asperger's syndrome or autism. Basically being a retarded motherfucker, banging their head against the wall and shit. That's basically what it means. It's just the way it works. And it goes for anybody. If anybody in here is personally offended or angry because I think, the Amazon thing looks bad for Koberger and it really hurts you, then you're probably a retard. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. You're probably a retard. Said he was just fucking around? Okay, cool.
a lot of statements that have led you to believe.
Yes, that's what Spurg means, is Asperger's. He said, you can call me retarded, but you don't get mad at, like, you're not mad at me. You literally texted me and sent me money. You're not mad at me. So no, you're not spurging out.
Believe that that's the case, when in actuality, if you put that weapon in someone's hand who knows their way around that weapon, they know that there are multiple ways to use it, and there would be multiple injuries, and it would potentially make it look like multiple things were used, and that's not the case. And that is Brent Kopacker.
Uh-oh.
And there's a couple of things that happened around. We know that Brent Kopacker was going through. God bless his soul. You know what I mean? He was a veteran, and he went through some shit. There might be some British people in the chat, and you probably wouldn't have heard of this, JB, because it's going back a little while ago. But there's a show, a drama show called Touching Evil. And the last,
it's called being
I think it was 4 or 5
That's
seasons.
exactly right, Ashley.
One of them in particular focused on a guy who was an ex-general who suffered from PTSD. And he was in such a fucking world of pain in his head, and some of the fucking evil shit that he did. But ultimately, it was about the lesson there was that, you know, when people have been through some of the things what these guys do in service, it can rarely put them in a position where they...
I think that's what makes me different than a lot of people, and maybe that's why I'm not as connected to it, Ashley, is, to me, when I'm just watching a horror movie right now. To me, I'm just discussing a horror movie with you guys. Does that make sense? I'm not the, and I've said this a million times, I'm not one of them, I'm out for justice true crime YouTubers. I'm not. Later on, bots, I'm not. I find the shit interesting. I like talking about it. I like throwing my opinion out there. But I'm not one of you internet superheroes and shit. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? I just have a different, that's why I can handle all the different opinions, because my goal here isn't justice. I thought you played Clue just like me. Exactly. That's all it is I'm playing a game of Clue, trying to figure out who did it in what room with what weapon. That's all I'm doing here. Honestly.
Are dangerous. I live 100 yards away from one of the biggest military bases in this country, and I speak to people who have and do suffer from PTSD. And the same night that this happened, or the night before this happened, one or the other, at the University of Idaho Theatre, there was a show that was done, a one-man show.
Exactly right.
And it was about PTSD. And he did a walkthrough, basically, of a soldier's mind of how PTSD affected him and the things that he saw. It was quite confronting. It's a very, very famous play. And that was, like I say, that was either on the same night of this or the night before. I think it was the same night. And you think, if you've got someone with the military skill going through a massive, massive mental trauma,
30-something was everybody live with college students.
Is it beyond the realms of possibility that he could have been involved?
I agree. I agree with the exception of one. Well, you know what? I was about to say I went to college when I was in my 30s, but then again, I didn't live with college students. So yeah, you're probably that makes sense. I think I can agree with that, Gigi. I do think that's Kopacker was a weird motherfucker. I used to like the game Clue. Yeah, that's what a lot of this is to me.
If you're if not Brian Koberger, we know if Brian Koberger didn't do it, somebody else did. Now, I'm not saying that Brent Koberger did it. The point of the question was, if not Brian, who?
That's right. Right.
And I think that if we look at the frat boys, is it possible? Yeah, it's possible, but there's a lot of fucking moving parts there. And like you keep saying, you know, would someone not have spoken? Would someone not have said something? And, you know, the more people who know, ultimately, the more people who know. Like even the fact that, and this will support what you've said, even the fact that we know that there was messages that swirled around after this crime, the girls were texting people. Well, we knew that. We knew that happened. And why do we know what happened? Because the likes of WSU Kim came out and Dot came out and told us. Now, they might have, early on, took a lot of flack and people thought they were talking shit, but, well, it doesn't seem they were talking shit, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Because no, it does not. That there was texts floating about on Snapchat, social media, all over the fucking place. So if they can't even keep the fucking mouth shut to the point where you've got people like Pete coming forward, they were already talking about it. So if someone had have been involved, I do have to concede that what is the likelihood that nobody would say anything to anyone? Unless it was such a tight-knit group of that knew, 2 or 3 people, and they are fucking right or like. Don't get me wrong, and you may be the same. There are people who I am friends with that I'd fucking take what I know to the fucking grave before I told anyone. Do you know what I mean? And there are people that's like that. Absolutely. There are people who have such a deep friendship that you could watch them fucking kill someone. If you thought it was justified, you probably would take it to your fucking grave. Look, case in point being the Madeleine McCann case. The Madeleine McCann...
I mean, it could have been Kopacker. I don't personally think he did it, but I understand why people were pointing the finger. And the fact that Koberger mentioned it on the way home. I can understand why people are at least curious about Kopacker. I've never subscribed to the Kopacker theory, though, so I don't think it's Kopacker. But I kind of understand why people are at least curious about it.
In case, there are 7 people who have never, ever said one single fucking word since that little girl went missing.
True.
So
you're right. I mean,
things happen.
Valid point. Valid point. So I guess where I'm all right. Good question. I feel like, well, let me ask you this: you got to bet the farm. You have to pick one or the
Here
other.
we go.
You gotta, in this situation.
Here we go.
Let's just get that answer. You got to bet the farm.
All right, so I'm going to ask the audience, and you have to pick somebody. It's all on the line. Every dollar in your bank account, everything. And you have to pick one. Or, something like that. You have to pick somebody that's responsible for these murders. Who do you got? If this was it, you had a gun to your head, and somebody's like, you have to pick somebody right now. Who would, and don't be a pussy, just tell me the fucking name. If you had a gun to your head, you have to pick somebody. What's up, Kim? How you doing, beautiful? Who would it be? Candy says Kopacko. So the whole dollar in your account? You need to choose better dick. Sorry. All right, so we got some Kobergers. We got some frat boys. Koberger. He's already dead. Koberger. Like, it's all on the line. You have to do it. Koberger. Because I do think this is when people start to say, well, what's most likely? Gobble says Koberger. The Enon dude says Glitter. What do you think is the likely scenario? For me, it's very much so the suspect. If you had to bet the farm, would you go on Kopacko, or what would you do? Or would you? What do you think is the most likely outcome? Yes, I know. That's why I said you need better dick. Because I know. I wasn't trying to offend you. Text GG says, I always thought frats. So I feel Ryan knows what happened and he witnessed it. Wait, I thought we couldn't pick BK. No, you can pick BK. If you had to take everything you have and bet it on one chip, like this, we were playing roulette, black or red. You had to throw it on one thing, one person, one group. Who would you pick? Of course, I'm going Koberger. I mean, it's just comments. I mean, he's the one suspected. The cop that took the picture of MS? The cop that took the picture of whose license? Oh, okay. Okay. Case going nowhere. BK and the two roommates. Oh, you think the roommates did it? Okay. All right. So we got some different answers around here. We got a few different ones. We got some Kobergers. Yeah. Like if this was a Vegas, if we were getting Vegas odds, Koberger would be the heavy favorite. Can't we agree on that? Like if Vegas was doing odds right now, Koberger would be the big favorite to be the one. Later on, Kitty. Thank you. The most likely thing that happened in this case. I think for me, and I think for a lot of people, Koberger should be the most likely suspect. Things are then tell us who it is.
And that's why I asked that question.
Tell us who it is then. You got to go all in on somebody. Mark and Betty says all in on Kopacko. All right. Yes, Kim, you have to go all in on somebody or some group. I did hear the 911 call, and I thought the 911 call was pretty normal. It is possible that they knew some shit. But my theory on the roommates is they were just getting rid of drugs, and that's what took so long. I don't think they actually were involved in the killings. That's my honest take on Dylan. I don't think they were involved, but I think they pushed the calling 911 off for a while because I think they needed to get rid of some. You know what I mean? And I don't blame them. If I'm sitting here with drugs and shit,
If I'm sitting here with drugs and shit or something illegal in the house and I wake up and there's dead motherfuckers everywhere. And I wake up and there's dead motherfuckers everywhere. Yeah, I gotta get rid of this shit before the police get here. I definitely don't think they were involved. But I definitely think there was something, there's a reason the 8 hours existed. And more than likely they were getting rid of shit they didn't want the police to see when the police were there in just a few hours. You know what I mean? Ultimately, if it's not the likely scenario, if it's not Occam's razor, it's not this guy who's being charged with, suspected of, this isn't the guy, would you bet the farm on Kopacka? Yes, Matt. Wouldn't it be logical, though? Matt says there was someone here at 4. Tell the operator that. Yeah, ain't that what you would say? If somebody was in your house at 4, wouldn't you be saying, hey, don't forget to tell the operator that? Yeah, but a lot of people, they're just questioning everything. So you think it's okay. You think that the call was an act. Okay. Why? Are you saying that are you saying Dylan murdered them? Or I'm curious what you mean.
This is a hard question. Well, it's not a hard question because I'm going to say something here which is going to be a bit confusing, but I'll make sense of it. This is why I will accept, and I have no issue with people as long as they've got a decent argument, which you have got a decent argument. And there are multiple people around this community who do have a decent argument.
The call sounded rough. The call sounded like scared girls. And if that was Hunter, the dude that was there, Hunter sounded like he was protecting them. He saw what the fuck there was. And he's like, run, go. It's what it sounded like to me. You know what I mean?
To say that they believe that Brian Kohberger did this crime. Now, who is the most likely person to have done this crime? Well, the most likely person is Brian Kohberger.
Right.
And that's why I can accept why people will turn around and say they believe Brian Kohberger did this.
I do agree it was probably a bloodbath. It's one of my biggest questions. Did Xana, because remember, they say, even in the Dateline, they said that Dylan saw Xana twice. They even mentioned puddle of blood under Xana. So I do find it hard to believe that Dylan didn't see Xana in a puddle of blood. You see what I'm saying? I agree with you. I give you that point. I do believe it. The 911 call made me skeptical. Yeah, the 911, actually, the Amazon thing was my thing. The 911 call, it didn't really do much for me, but it did make it to where I didn't suspect the girls. I really do. JB, I really do like this chat. You're doing a great job. Thank you, Glitter. Thank you, beautiful. Gigi says the call doesn't make sense by the Dateline episode saying they went in, Hunter got a knife, went back out and told them to call 911. But on the call, they have to go check. That's a valid point. Xana was lying on top of a black rug, says Marie.
Because what we've learned and what we've been told.
And I agree. Most of the shit throughout this story has not made sense. Look at the pics of Dylan into her eyes. What are we going to see when we look in Dylan's eyes? Yeah, I have no clue why she was freaked out. I once again, I think it's safe to say that we all can agree a little bit that the 8 hours and all that whole shit was goofy. The being on social media, taking pics, adding contacts. I think we can all agree on that, right? That it's a little goofy. So, no, I agree with you guys that the 8 hours is still goofy to me. The whole fucking thing. So, I do believe that. Now, people saying evil and no, they're just making that up. But I do think there was something goofy going on. And my prediction probably is getting rid of drugs.
And, to try and think, okay, if Brian Koberger didn't do it, then who did?
No,
that leaves such a fucking it could be anyone. It could be anything
shock
from
phase
fucking.
come from, JB? I thought the frozen shock phase was a complete lie, Matt. I think frozen shock phase was a complete lie. I don't believe there was any frozen shock phase. Does that make sense? You've been in prison. I've been too. The eyes tell it all. Oh, cool. I hear you, Thelonious. Why get rid of drugs when you can blame it on the dead people in the house? No, you don't want to deal with that shit. If I had something illegal in my shit and somebody died, you bet your ass I'm getting rid of it. Yeah. Oh, they definitely lied, Gigi. The frozen shock phase, all that shit. All of it. But I will say this, the red flags have to be all up. The roommates in that 12 hours is 100%, or 8 hours is 100% a mystery. But I'm telling you right now, as someone, if everybody in my family got killed tonight and I had something illegal in my house, I'm sorry, I'm going to go get rid of that shit first. I'm going to go get rid of that shit first. And that's what I honestly think happened. Thank you, Alana. Thank you, beautiful. Thank you. That's what we're kind of covering right now. We're kind of just bullshitting. Line pisses me off because it's the same as name calling. Me stupid and I'm not stupid. What happened, Gigi? What happened? Let me see what our previous message was. The PCA? Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. DM claims she drank enough alcohol for 5 people, but yet played on Instagram, TT, Snapchat, Indeed, looking for a job. Hey, I get drunk and do everything you just mentioned. And I drink a fifth to a half gallon every single night almost. Texas Gigi says no, the law enforcement in state. Yeah. We'll see what it all boils down to. I definitely think there was some lies from the roommates. Definitely.
In some random person, it could be frat brothers, it could be something to do with narcotics
Something
and going
else
down
was
that.
also going on.
Who knows?
Possible.
Do you know what I mean? It's as broad as it is long. It could be Brent Koberger. It could be that Brent Koberger and Brian Koberger knew one another. Brian Koberger could have been the fucking driver and someone else was in the car.
I definitely think she was lying about frozen shock phase. We all knew she was lying because it sounds goofy. You know what I mean? I think we all understood frozen shock phase sounded goofy. And then we get the text later and we find out they were lying their ass off anyway. Yeah. And once again, I've never disagreed that there's some fucked up shit in this case. That's why I've made so many videos about the fucked up shit in this case. DW, because she was probably lying about some shit, DW. And if you think about what I was saying about potentially getting rid of some shit, you'd lie too. You know what I mean? You understand Dylan could have lied without being part of the murder, right? No, she definitely wasn't in frozen shock phase at all. You understand she could have been lying to get rid of drugs. So to you, that's not enough for reasonable doubt? What? I do have reasonable doubt. What are you talking about? That's why I said I wouldn't find him guilty. If we're taking pics, Dylan, she wasn't gone. Was she gone? Not. Yeah, I don't know. She wasn't scared, fake crying, possibly. Yeah, I think Dylan's lying. It's not reasonable doubt that she killed anybody. I think it's reasonable doubt she was hiding some shit. Exactly about the third interview. I agree. That's the difference. I think all of us agree she probably was lying about some shit. You see what I'm saying? I think we all can agree to that. But the difference is what we think she was lying for. Like, there's people in this chat room that legitimately think Dylan murdered the people. Yeah, you know what I mean? I think the question has to be asked, why were they lying? Fear or pressure from law enforcement? That's a very good point. Very good point, GG. I don't think she made herself look guilty. I think she made herself look like a liar. And I think you can be a liar without being a killer. You know what I mean? She may have just had other fucking priorities, like potentially drugs. I don't think she ever liked her roommates, just my opinion. Why? What made you think that? Lured KG back for what? What'd you lure her back for? Yeah, it would be interesting. I hope we do learn during trial. So, like being on Indeed looking for work. I mean, I think the Indeed thing's a little weird if she was that fucked up. She's hiding something, but is it her or someone else's? That's a good point. And I think ultimately that's what it is. You got to ask what the lie is for. Yeah, no, it would be hard to convict if on this jury. To be her plus one. Dylan got KG back into the house. Right, but so are you saying Dylan set her up to be murdered? And why would you think that? I mean, what makes you think she dislikes her and wanted Kaylee dead, is my point. I can tell a lot of you motherfuckers find your information on Reddit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's coincidence? Yeah. I think she's probably covering her own someone else's ass. Yeah, I would think that. I think the roommates have always looked like liars. Well, Dylan more than Bethany. I do think it was bad luck timing for Kaylee and Ethan, honestly. Supposedly DM was being bullied. Yeah, all right, you're one of them Redditors. You're one of them Redditors. You're the snack caker. You are the snack caker. I'm gonna go smoke.
There are so many sort
Welcome
of
to the channel, snack caker.
answers to that where you could go off on a tangent and say, yeah, I believe this could potentially. But in answer to your question, you have to conclude that the most likely person is Brian Koberger, because you can't just pretend that the circumstantial evidence doesn't exist.
Right.
So, to be real, I have to say I accept that the circumstantial evidence exists, and for that, he does seem to be the most likely person to have done this crime. For me, I cannot conclude that he is the person who done this crime, because there are some key elements for me that I need to see brought to fruition before I can turn around and say, no, he fucking did it. I'm just there. I'm not there.
And I'm glad you said that, because that was going to be my next question. What would it take from right now? You know what I know. We've been following this the whole time. Much like in Delphi, my position changed once I heard the confessions. So on this, my position changed once I saw once I read about the Amazon order. My question is for you: what event or what would you need to see for you to say it's likely Koberger did this and change your position? Because everybody's got their line in the sand. Mine was the Amazon.
I think for me, mine is probably the same as yours, but I don't think that, and maybe you can accept this as well, the Amazon, until you get into trial and hear what the defense has to say in rebuttal, there is potential for that to go away quite rapidly. But if they can prove that he purchased the K-bar knife, no longer has it, and prove that he searched for another one afterwards, then I am 99% sure that he did this crime. What I do need to do, I would need to see some fucking evidence that actually place him at the fucking house that isn't science. Do you know what I mean? I think it's very, very dangerous to rely upon the words of science that says, yes, this person did it because we did this thing that is still kind of we're not quite there with it, but we know that in the future it's going to fucking nail people. We can't show you how we did it or really tell you how we did it.
All right.
Because there's some things that we have to do that we shouldn't really do.
Let me say something real quick.
That's dangerous to me.
Okay. I just want to throw this out there. What's up, Meg? Now, I see the same person, and I'm not going to call it nobody else specifically. I want to say this. If you think, like if your whole list is like everybody, Enan Harsh, Kopaka, Dylan, the girls, the frat, I just want to say this. Because there's one person in the chat that I have seen say everybody's involved. And Steve and the mom's lying. My question is, I can understand people like believing one mysterious figure, but you don't notice that you've written in the chat room everybody's name? You don't like that. You don't notice that you think Kopaka did it, Dylan did it, Enan Harsh did it. The roommates were also involved. Like every name that's popped up. I'm surprised you didn't throw in Jack Showalter and you thought and you even agreed with me with you even said Demetrius. There is one particular person, like I said, that literally has pointed the finger during this single live stream and said they thought all the people did it, including Demetrius. At some point, you got to look at what you're saying and say, God damn, I think the whole state of Idaho did it. Yeah, and it's got to at least make you question it. Like, okay, maybe I'm off in La La Land. You know what I'm saying? I'm not calling anyone a liar, but these people in here stating facts from something stated by a victim parent that doesn't make it true. Yeah. I remember that's true. Shapeshifter. Yeah. No, it was the same. Like they legit but I don't think you were talking to me. Oh no, I'm not talking to you at all. No, I'm not talking about you at all. No, I'm not talking because I would have texted you personally to laugh at you for that. I wouldn't have called you out personally. But no, I'm just saying, there's some of them in here, and just watch them. They've said the different names, and she knows it's her. She knows it's her. I'm like, so you think they were all like a giant team that did this? All of them? Every suspect that's ever been? No, you ain't got to say no mean shit. I'm just asking you. Have you not noticed that you think it's everybody? Okay, Ashley, let me ask you this. Do you think Kopaka is involved? Do you think Kopaka is involved? Do you think Demetrius is involved? Do you think Steve and his wife are involved? Do you think the roommates are involved? Do you? Because I remember, didn't you say you also thought the frat was involved? That's all I'm asking. Like, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking. Like, she's just like, fuck them. They're all involved. Everybody's involved. The dean of the college is involved too. That's all I was asking. That's all I was asking.
But yeah, for me, the Amazon situation, if it proves that he purchased it absolutely proves that he purchased it and he no longer has it and cannot tell you what happened to that knife, then
No, according to the documentation, they said the dog was up in the other room on the second floor by himself. Right. That's what they say.
And we spoke about something else as well. This is going to be harder to prove, but there was a story that was told by the Asian girl. And I think if that could be proven, if that is accurate and could be proven in any way, that would be enough for me. Because it would give you the mentality of someone.
I agree with you. I do not believe the Asian girl.
That's the issue that I have, Catchy.
Any of these women that's came out and made accusations against Koberger, I think they're all full of shit. The fat girl with the colored hair talking about Netflix and chill, and he was rubbing her shoulders. I truly believe that story was amped up a little bit for. I don't believe she felt uncomfortable back then, because I'm telling you now, women don't. I actually believe her and him did some shit. I don't know too many women staying for Netflix and chill for 2 movies and then later on be like, I felt uncomfortable and had to leave. I don't believe it at all. So I don't believe her story at all. And when it comes to the Asian, I'm just going to say this. It's easy to retroactively say, well, he could have been this weirdo, when I think that what she's doing is turning on him when he clearly helped her. You see what I'm saying? No, I think that fat woman fucked Brian Koberger back in the day. I think she just didn't want her new husband to know. But she still wanted the attention from the Koberger thing, right? I'm just being honest. I've never had a woman in my house watch 2 movies with me and not suck my dick. You know what I mean? It just seems weird. And she was a fat woman, so they're a little bit less, they're a little bit easier willing to go. A little bit more willing to go. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'd say the knife purchase is what it's not evidence. It's what makes me think it could possibly be him. But yeah, no, I'm being dead honest. Like, ladies, be honest. If you went and watched a movie with somebody at their house, or you're in the same house, and you thought he was weird, would you watch a second movie? I don't know too many women that would want to watch the second movie at nighttime and they didn't intend on fucking you. I don't know too many women that would stay and watch a second movie unless they intended on fucking you. I just don't. Not in the middle of the night. It's just not natural. It's not a natural thing to me. So I personally don't believe the fat woman story. Yeah. You say I can watch 2 movies and leave it there if I'm interested in the person? Yeah, but the guy ain't going to want... It wasn't even confirmed he purchased that shit off Amazon. That's what they said in the documentation. I guess we'll find out at court, though. Maybe she was just spurging out on a second movie. Yeah, I mean, possibly. I don't think the woman would let you get to the first movie. Yeah, I don't think. I think that if they find you weird, I think if they find you weird, they're not going to stay and watch a second movie with you. I just don't think. Yeah, no, he's right. And because for a dude, that pussy has to be a real option for me to sit through 2 movies with you. Like, I have to really believe I'm about to get some pussy. I'm just being perfectly honest. You can scam me into watching 1 with hopes I could fuck. I'm not about to sit and watch 2 movies with you and leave with a dry dick. Fuck that. Maybe she really liked movies. I mean, that's valid. I banged the Asian chick. I think it's weird he didn't. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Let me give a shout out to Meg who sent 10. Thank you, beautiful. The beautiful Meg sent 10. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, some people I guess can do it. Look, man, I'm an honest guy. So I'm ADHD, so I wouldn't sit through 2 movies. Well, there you go. I'm just saying, if you ask most guys here, Netflix and chill means we're going to fuck soon as your roommate leaves. That's 100% accurate. If I had to watch 2 movies to lay pipe, you better evaporate. Yeah. No way, and Be Real says, no way a woman stays through 2 movies if she doesn't like you. Yeah. Yep. Because in that situation, the first movie is for the movie. The second movie is background noise. So no, I don't believe her story about Koberger. I just don't. I believe the truth is she probably fucked him. And she just don't want to admit it because she's married to someone else now. Yeah, I just saw it. Thank you, Meg. Yeah, I just thank you. You probably were still over there doing it. Thank you so much, Meg. Appreciate you, beautiful. Thank you so much. And so the Asian and I think but I don't it's just easy later on to be like, hey, what are you saying wow for? Like, what kind of dudes have you been around? What kind of dudes have you been around? See, you know what I'm saying? Like, you do know most of the time when dudes watch movies with you, it's because they want to fuck. She said, I don't have one. Maybe that's the problem. That's a good, valid point. Roy says, if I don't get the puss 10 minutes into the movie, I'm not staying for the movie. Yeah, I mean, like, I thought we all just understood this about men. Yeah. You know, maybe he could have done this. Maybe he could have had bad intentions. I think majority of the stories from anyone that's being told, all the way back to the stealing of the sister's cell phone, I think it's all propaganda. I think it's all bullshit. And I think majority of the people don't even know Brian Koberger enough to give an explanation about him. Like even if you look at people at school, he was in a position of authority in a lot of ways. You know, people are always going to talk shit. So I believe that the Asian story isn't true, but if it was true, I agree with you. That would be pretty bad for him.
Yeah, but again, I don't think that you'll ever be able to get to the bottom of it. You know, it's one of those, isn't it? It's that's the issue. When you look at the circumstantial evidence, when you look at the Dateline situation, for me, the vast
and I think it's clear Brian Koberger didn't have problems getting women, man. I don't think he had problems getting it. The ex went on a date with a dude and later cut a girl's head off. Damn.
Majority of that was designed to make you feel a certain way about him as a person. You know, even down to the girl who he'd met at the party and he'd messaged her. They tried to twist that into something that it truly wasn't. When in actuality, when you consider that this ASD thing on the side as well, it was perfect. There was not. In fact, I would go as far as to say that he probably did better in that situation than I would have done. Because if I'd gone to a pool party and got the number of some girl and I'd message her the next day and she fucking breezed me, I'd be fucking messaging her again. What
do I think about Maddie's jacket being found in the field? Where did you get that from? Curious where you got that from. Because that will answer your question. I bet he did. He gives up creepy vibes. Nah, he's fine. I think it was proven he got a decent amount of women. We do know he wasn't shy, but definitely not a ladies' man. It was on the news, JB. You got a link for it? Jacket not proven as of yet. I thought, that was the point I was getting at. what field? Right? People with psychotic stare make me uncomfortable. Yeah, some people. I mean, I also think people. To be perfectly honest, I think it's easy to look at somebody that's being suspected of murder and say he looks creepy. I don't know. I think Brian Kohlberger looks like a normal nerd, dude. I do think with the hoodie up, it looks a little bit more creepy. But yeah, but we don't know if he stares through people like that. Yeah, Glitter says if you ever hung out with a girl that just stares right through like he does, we don't know that he just stares through people. Like, where did you get that at? I think the jacket found was a Nancy or Drip child. Very possible.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He literally, she didn't message you back,
He
and he didn't fucking text her again. And
Which
that, to
means
me,
he's
is
the
a lot about character.
it's the opposite of creepy.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
That is
Like,
respectful as fuck. Do you know what I mean? You gave me a number.
Yeah.
I've reached out. You haven't come back to me. So do you know what I mean? I'll just leave it. I'm not going to chase you up. I'm not going to. And again,
Right.
it's these little things when you see him talking to people and you hear these things.
Yep.
You know, even down to this pool party, there was some people who turned around and said, you know, the way that he was behaving was completely normal with respect of what you'd expect of a PhD.
Oh, we got one of those people. You're making me uncomfortable right now. What's the over-under on amount of men that Glitter is accused of sexual assault or sexual harassment? I'm asking the audience, what's the over-under? I'm just going to say over 2 is my personal thought. Stayed for the whole movie and missed the signs. He let me know at the riotous drop-off. Yes! That's right. Glitter said 0. All right, cool. There we go. Never, ever. It was a joke. All right, there we go. Cool. Well, I guess Glitter is not accusing people.
Student looking a bit fucking out of their depth, trying to get involved and put themselves out there. There was nothing wrong with that situation. Yeah, we had this story about this fucking pool. And
I've thanked you. I've thanked you a couple times, Mac. I've thanked you a couple. Hold on. You might be behind. Hold on. Yes, I've thanked you a couple times. Are you behind? Are you behind in the stream, Meg? You know, Meg, yeah, I've definitely thanked you. Appreciate you. Very much so. She got 3 beaten and saying stories. Yeah. You know the word, the verbiage. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Go in there, this bloke's fucking missus, whatever. I don't believe it. And I'll tell you why I don't believe it. Because I think if it would have happened, Brian Coburn got a smack in the mouth.
Yeah. No, I agree with that completely. Like I said, I think most of the accusations that are coming after the fact are just people wanting their little 15 minutes. I knew Kohlberger and, blah, blah, blah. But I'm also not the type of guy that believes these type of allegations regularly. And I mean, I don't want to get too far into that because then the whole fucking audience will hate me. But I'm not one of those Me Too type of guys. I don't believe most of these allegations. Don't believe these hoes at all. Even though I think Kohlberger probably did this, I also think that the people spreading rumors about his character are full of shit. So
This is going to be quite a question for you then, JB. Obviously, we know that you've kind of succumbed to the idea that he more than likely did it. Why did he do it?
I believe if Brian Kohlberger did this,
Yeah.
I do believe Brian Kohlberger was into serial killers. I believe there's a lot of us, man, that get into the type of shit, get into. Oh, you said your dog is super hyper. No, it's all good, mate. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I think that the motive I'm going to speak on here, I think it's up in the air, but it's the best thing I got. It's the best thing I got, if you want to know the truth. I can't think of any other reason why he would do it. Oh, yeah, I heard the succumb thing, but serial killers, some don't act on it. You know what I mean? Like most people don't act on it. But I've always been into serial killer, and yes, of course, it's crossed my mind before. What if? But then of course, normalcy and reality smacks you in the face. You're like, hell no, I wouldn't do that. I believe Brian Kohlberger
motivated
was into this type of was into this type of thing. Like they maybe fantasized. That's the perfect part. As I do feel like whoever did this, I'm not even saying whoever did this, I do think that it's because of the amount of destruction in the situation. I feel like whoever did this was something planned he set out to do, and I think it was to fulfill a fantasy, like a violent fantasy. Maybe someone that's always wondered what it would be like to kill somebody. I think that's very possible. About being a serial killer, or wanted to see if they can get away with it, or wanted to see how it would make them feel. Ultimately,
that's true.
Ultimately,
I don't know.
I think whoever did it, whether Kohlberger or not, I believe that was the motive. Is they wanted to try this out. It's the only way I can imagine somebody taking that kind of weaponry and going and slaughtering 4 people. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. So whether it was Kohlberger or not, I think that's the motive. Do you think it's something else?
No, but I think this is the point, right? Because this takes us full circle now. Because your thought process is
sorry for slurping in the fucking.
What I mean? This is I believe he did it, and if he did, this is it. So you then have to consider that if he's going to do this, he's into serial killers. He has been studying them. He's been fucking balls deep in what they do and how they do it and all of this, and he wants to try it.
Well, I can tell you what points to him, but I can also tell you that what most of you are going to do is you're going to fight back against it and say that doesn't prove something. Does that make sense? I think that there are things that clearly are at least a coincidence. But I also believe a lot of you are going to be like, yeah, that hasn't been proven for sure yet, JB. Yeah. Then no one said it's evidence of his guilt and he needs to be sent to the death penalty. But like when you ask me what I think, what's the defense going to do, JB? I don't know. I don't think the defense necessarily has something that solid. But I don't think the defense really has something that solid. I think, so like if you ask me, I can only tell you what makes me side-eye Brian Kohlberger, right? I think that there's a lot of coincidences, including the car, including the touch DNA, including the Amazon purchase, including the Amazon search after the killings. There are, including the turning off the phone, which I don't hold a lot of weight on that, right? Including the fact that he was out and about at that exact time, including no alibi. And Do you see what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot of coincidences that make you look at it and say, holy shit. So I feel like I think it's disingenuous to look at all that shit and say, oh, that doesn't mean, like, there's no red flags. That's bullshit. Clearly there's red flags. Clearly there's red flags. So now, do I think that that's enough to find him guilty in the court of law? No, I don't. Well, once again, I do have reasonable doubt, Matt. I do have reasonable doubt. That's why I wouldn't find him guilty if I was on the jury.
So he's now he's decided that he's going to do it. This is how this plays out, right? So I'm going to do it. Mm-hmm. And then what does he do? What does he do from the point where he decides I'm going to do this? And do you see where I'm going?
I agree with you that there's not a whole lot standing here, but they're going to convince a lot of people in that jury. Plenty of murder cases get found guilty because of circumstantial evidence. You know what I mean? I definitely have reasonable doubt. 100% AZ. 100%.
Going with this, you then get on this track of, right, I've just decided I'm going to try and do a mass murder, whatever. I'm going to just do it. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to get my phone out, Amazon murder weapon.
And I'm going to tell you the number one reason. I'm going to tell you the number one reason why the jury's going to find him guilty. Because no one wants to live in fear thinking that the real killer's still out there. The jury will find him guilty just so they can sleep better at night. Do you know what I'm saying? Because if that jury comes back and says, no, we don't think he did it, now we got a problem. Because now that puts the suspect out and it means the real killer's still out there. I believe that the jury will, once again, I believe the jury will see the circumstantial evidence and they'll say, fuck. Their own fear of a killer still being free will make them convict Brian Kohlberger. Yep. I don't think BK can get a fair trial at this point. Not at all. Not at all, he won't. Not at all. Thank you, Salonius. It would be crazy if the killer was still out there.
That's what I struggle with. That's what
that's exactly what's up, Stacey. That's exactly why I say the jury, out of fear, will convict Kohlberger. They don't imagine living in Moscow. And now all of a sudden you're like, well, shit, who the fuck did this then? Imagine the fear. Imagine how it would damage Moscow. Imagine how it would damage the school attendants at the University of Idaho. I'm telling you, even if Kohlberger is the most innocent person on the planet, the jury that lives in that general region wants to be able to sleep at night. And that's exactly why. That's exactly why. Yes, I know, Matt. Those are all the arguments I've always made. I know all the arguments you're making right now. You're trying to argue it from a legal perspective where I've already told you that I don't feel they have enough evidence technically to convict him. Guilty, we are safe now. He's in prison. That is it. Whether they're right or wrong, that's what they're going to think. All those people in Delphi feel really good right now because they think that the person that killed those kids are in prison. I'm not saying whether he did or didn't. It's why I'm telling you this. It's why these people get convicted. Because your average human that's not a true crimer on the internet, they just want to feel safe. They want to think that their kids are safe.
Because it goes back down to the realms of, from that point where he has decided he's going to do it, he then makes every single fucking mistake known to man, and he does it. And I'm trying to be a fly on the wall of that single point, that snap.
How long have we been going? 4 hours?
I'm gonna go and kill someone.
I think we'll be cool with that for now. You guys can watch the rest of the debate if you haven't seen it over on Horse Reality's channel. I'm not saying he wasn't involved either, JB, but it's bullshit. Oh, 100%. Like, the case has been goofy from the start. The case has been goofy from the very, very start. I just seen a debate with you and Harsh really and thought it was a good, respectful debate. I can see both sides of the argument. Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you, Kenneth. Yeah, for you guys that still haven't seen the whole debate, right now we just kind of looked over an hour and 13 minutes. There's still another 30 minutes to it. But we've been going here for 4 hours. JB dumb question, but when law enforcement put out a very good confidential informant to get info from the area, they might have. They might have. Thank you, Tracy. I do want to say thank you to everybody that tipped jar. Thank you to everybody that didn't. No doubt about it. This was definitely a good one. This was definitely fun. Harsh was in here for a while. It was good to talk to him. Good night, Chris Lynn. Good night, Tracy. It was a good conversation, and I think we're going to keep having these conversations to the trial. Just so you guys know, I will be streaming the trial. JB, I want to donate, but oh man, you ain't got to say nothing, bro. Oh shit, no, I appreciate it. Shit, you got to do what you got to do. You got to handle your own business. I understand. But anyways, JB, thank you and your mods. It was good to see some of my buddies and chat. Yeah, I thought it was awesome. I thought it was fun. I thought it was interesting. I am definitely going to stream the trial. But then again, everybody's going to be streaming the trial. Miller time. Thank you, man. Hit us with 10. Thank you, brother. I know everybody else is going to be streaming the trial. So I got to think of ways to give you something they're not going to give you. Oh, yeah, me and Horse is going to have a debate on the missing time with the roommates. We're going to talk about that in our next stream together. The missing time, the 8 hours. We're going to discuss in detail in our next stream together. But yeah, so come to the trial. I'll be streaming, but I got to bring a different gimmick because everybody's going to be streaming. I think we're going to be the drunk stream. I think we're going to be the drunk trial stream. So I think that's the gimmick we're going to do to make my shit different from everyone else's. Thank you, Meg. I hope you have a good one. Apologize for calling you a white dude for Harris, JB. Uncalled for, but Harsh pissed me off. It's all good, Matt. Your commentary and no bullshit personality is what is different. Thank you so much. They are boring. You make us laugh. I tried to. Thanks, guys. I will see you in the next one. See you tomorrow, probably. Well, it depends. I'm going to have to do some work on my other channels tomorrow for sure. But if we get any news, I will be back over here with the crime shit. Drunk and topless always works. Indeed, it does. You and Harsh with a good one. Thank you. Thank you, Roy. All right, guys, I'll see you next time, man. I hope you guys, I like the drunk stream idea. There we go, Meg. We're going to get drunk and watch, what are the other channels, JB? If you look in the description of this video, you'll see some of them. I got a few of them down there. You'll see them down there. Y'all be cool. Have a great one. I love you.